the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet!
In double quick time.
Pew, pew.
One.
There's only one gun.
And now doubling his lead.
They know they've got to play good against me.
And make it a perfect start. Double six. And he sneaks it in.
A match that was a tale of two halves.
5 out of 5 wins.
Finds the second and finds the double seven.
Magic dart from McKee.
Looking an early ton plus checkout, which he finds.
It's Saturday night at the Modus Super Series, and you know what that means. 6 players battling it out for the win and a place, of course, at Champions Week. It is the Series 13 Week 2 finale, and it's live and free on Pluto TV. Hi there, welcome along to the Week 2 finals night. It's a week that has seen flashpoints, fires, guns and grenades, and we expect that explosive entertainment to continue this evening. And joining me in the studio is 2 of the premier pundits in the world of darts, Laura Turner and Glenn Duran. Evening both. Glenn, we'll start with you. You've been here for the last couple of days, and it's been a great week, hasn't it? What have you made of it?
Yeah, I think you nailed it in your introduction there. Lots of successes, lots of drama, lots of near misses, lots of 180s, a 170 finish. It's had a bit of everything really. A typical week here at the Modus Super Series.
Speaking of drama, you were here last Saturday. We got a 9-dart shootout. What are you expecting on finals night 2 of this series?
Yeah, expect the unexpected if last week was anything to go by, absolutely. But yeah, I feel like this group really open. From what I've seen, we've had some real standout performances. We've had a few just fall by the wayside along the way to get here. But yeah, we know what happens there under this roof. Anything can happen. Maybe another 9-dart shootout.
Maybe so. It could be a close run thing this evening. 6 players are ready to do battle. Let's introduce you to them. He's fast, he's furious, he's fantastic. Tommy Morris is into finals night where he'll be taking his shot at a first weekly title. Newly off the PDC tour and still in fine form, Rob Grundy has impressed in his return to the live lounge this week. Experience has been the story of Mark Dbridge's campaign. He's through to his 7th finals night and hopes to lift the trophy in a flash. David Wazooi is fired up in his return to the weekly final. He was the last player to qualify, winning a straight shootout match last night. A hard-fought week sees Keanu Van Velzen into finals night on debut. He looks to follow in the footsteps of his brother Marvin, the Series 8 champion. And Richard McKee continues to shine on the live lounge stage following a rampant display in Group C. He completes the Week 2 lineup. Yeah, a good balance of players. It could be difficult to decipher who is going to win the week, but we'll try and do it. And we're going to start with Tommy Morris, who won Group A earlier in the week. And Glenn, he was pretty dominant in winning that group. We can see how far he won it by here. But that wasn't out of nowhere, was it? He's been playing well before coming here this year.
Yeah, his Challenge 2 results really stand out, and that's going to give him opportunities to play on the Players' Championship, on the professional tour as well. Two things to pick up there, Chris. Number one, the 26 points is absolutely fantastic, but the quality of Group A as well. I mean, Tommy Modus was absolutely superb this week. He's lightning quick, very likeable as a player, banging form. He'll have to fancy his chances tonight.
Confident character as well, isn't he, Tommy?
Very confident, yeah. And, sometimes it doesn't always turn out in the best results. He's made a semi-final here before, hasn't actually picked up a title. But what I've liked from Tommy, especially this week, is, he just seems in a really good place. He's saying the right things. He seems happy, he seems confident, and the results are showing.
We have seen a player by the name of Van Velzen pick up a title. In fact, a series title here at the Super Series. And we've got another one in finals night tonight. No, not Marvin, who won Series 8, but his brother Keanu Van Velzen, who got top spot in Group C. Richard McKee going through with him at the expense of Matt Clark. But Keanu Van Velzen, it's a really interesting story, Glenn. And in that group campaign, it got a little bit dramatic, didn't it? A little bit sort of worrying for him, but he managed to get over the line.
Yeah, he was so good. 5 out of 5 on that Thursday. It looked $1 million. And like I say, he's got all the key attributes to be a fantastic player in the future. But in the short term there, he was tested on the next day. And as you can see there, the relief from him. But he lost his opening 3 games on Friday as well. And I said in commentary, the fact that he had that little bit of a concern there will be benefit him in the future as well. So very likeable, very good. He's confident enough to fancy his chances tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Great player, Keanu Van Velzen. As Glenn said, he's not just sort of here on the name of his brother, is he? He wants to make a name for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? And he's doing good things away from the Super Series as well. He's got that confidence. He exudes it up on the stage. And I totally agree with Glenn there that the fact that you've been tested, because it was looking like plain sailing on Thursday, so he's had that test and he's come through it, and not just come through it, he's still managed to hold on to that top spot in the group. Yeah, I think we can see big things from him, but he's here on debut and he's in a very tough group.
If experience is anything to go by, then in terms of winning on that stage, Richard McKee's got it. Okay, we might not know much about him, haven't seen him that much, but he's been here before and he's won a week. He's a commentator's nightmare, because away from the Modus Super Series, he does nothing. He's a chef by trade, and he applies his trade very, very nicely on that Modus Super Series stage. A proven winner, very understated, goes under the radar a lot, speaks so well. He's determined to succeed. He has been carrying a little bit of an injury, which was a concern, but was confident throughout his Group C, and in the end, it was fairly comfortable for him. Right, let's get a look at the Group B table then. 3 players going through from that one, and it was a fight for third place between Jose Justicia and David Wazooi. Mark Dbridge through with Wazooi on 8 points, but absolute dominance from Grundy. And I might as well come straight back to you, Glenn, because you've known him for a long time. Had a couple of years on tour, didn't work out for him, but he showed what he could do over the last 2 nights. Yeah, I've known him for 20 years, and he's one of those players where, very similar to what happened with Justin Hood, where everyone knew how good he was in the Northeast, but he didn't get the opportunities to go and travel. He's a father, he's a real family man. But he's been hitting 100 averages and finishes like this for many, many years in the Cleveland Super League, a top county player. And he did. He went away, he went to Q school, he got his card, which wasn't a surprise to many of us. And you say that it didn't work, but I think he'll have learnt a lot in those 2 years. And what he's got to do now is grab the opportunity on this stage, because he'll go into tonight as one of the big favourites. Mark Dbridge, a player that comes here always with a big reputation, and he was involved in that sort of 3-way fight to join Robert Grundy, but he seemed the most sort of calm and composed out of everyone. Yeah, just drawing on all that experience that we've got. We come to expect it from Mark Dbridge. He knows how to negotiate the group stages, and again, he's done it very well indeed. But it just felt that the chasing pack, because of the dominance of Grundy, the chasing pack for those last 2 places, there was an air of vulnerability for everyone that was there. And yeah, Mark Dbridge just, as I say, managed to negotiate it perfectly. Yeah, and it was opposite really for David Wazooi, wasn't it? He got through, but between him and Jose Justicia, was it a case of kind of who could fall over the line? Yeah, it really did go to that last match of the night last night, or early hours of this morning. And he started fantastically well on Thursday, won his opening 3 games, and
One thing about the Modus Super Series, it's not just about the technique of throwing the dart and having wins. There's a real mental battle up there. And he said, he openly admitted to me that, he suffered, he started overthinking it, a little bit of anxiety kicked in. Someone once told me never dip too early before that winning line, but he got over that winning line in the end. I'm delighted he's here tonight.
Yep, that's all that matters now. And these are the groups that the players have been placed into this evening. And as always, the Group A and Group B winners separated. So Tommy Morris and Rob Grundy seem to be on a bit of a collision course. Do you think that's how it's going to play out?
Yeah, you look at everything that's kind of happened this week, and you wouldn't say that wouldn't be the final. But we know what happened last week, and we had Steve Green that came here. He was the rank outsider. No one was talking about him, and he managed to produce his best when it came to Saturday night. So anything can happen. But if you were asking me, yeah, I think that looks like a likely course.
You think the same, Glenn?
If there was no crowd and it was group phase, then there's only going to be 2 players there. Now there's that extra thing to add into, and that's the crowd now. And someone like Van Velzen might feed off that. So that's just something to take into the equation as well. But based on what I've seen this week, it's Morris or Grundy.
Laurie, you mentioned Steve Green. He was the outsider last week as far as the bookmakers were concerned. Tonight, I suppose honour goes to David Wazooi, 8-1. Richard McKee, Mark Dbridge, both 13-2. Keanu Van Velzen, third favourite. And then comes Grundy and Morris. I wasn't quite sure which way round they would be. Do you think they've got it the right way round?
I think so. Tommy Morris, in such a tough group in Group A, he was dominant. Obviously, he's going to have to get past that curse of winning Group A and actually picking up a win, but we know he's got the capability. He's shown real good signs this week.
Any value there for you?
McKee is the only one I can see coming through the pack there. I think Van Velzen will have to manage the adrenaline that be pumping through the body. I think the bookies have got it right, but I think Grundy will take some stopping.
Let's just show you then the order of play for this evening. It's going to kick off with a meeting between Tommy Morris and Richard McKee. That could actually be a key contest early on. Grundy then takes on Wazooi. McKee faces Mark Dbridge in the third match of the night. Do you think we're going to see players sort of winning the first couple of matches and going through, or do you think we're going to get abacus and fingers and toes and all that out when it comes to games 5 and 6?
The groups, they feel very balanced, and I think everyone will sense that there is an opportunity there. So perhaps it will be another night of abacus, getting out the fingers and toes, as we say. The permutations, they can be endless. But again, I just refer back to last week where you had someone like Dave Evans come out, he wins 4-1, thinks he's kind of comfortable, he's going through to the next round, finds himself in a 9-dart shootout and doesn't get through. So everyone's just got to be aware, just make sure, your destiny's in your own hands at this point.
Yeah, I kept asking you throughout the night who you thought would win last week, Laurie. You never once said Steve Green. Are you going to redeem yourself this week, and how are you going to redeem yourself? Who are you going for?
It's really hard not to look at Morris and Grundy, but I think in terms of just a bit of redemption, I'm going to go Wazooi as he's at the bottom.
Bold call, Glenn.
I think Laura's spot on, very balanced, but for me, just Grundy gets over the line.
Okay, you two are going to go through to comms. By the way, anybody having a bet on the Modus Super Series, please do gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. And as I just mentioned, the opening match is Tommy Morris against Richard McKee. And tonight, Glenn has been chatting to the players, starting with a catch-up with Tommy Morris.
Tommy, many congratulations, because on paper that group looks stacked, and to get 26 points, that was very, very impressive. How did you see it?
Oh, well, do you know what? Going into it, like I said in my last interview, going into this week, I was sort of more than ready for it. Beth offered me a Group A spot, and I was like, yes, definitely. And the way I performed, it was no different from when I was in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, and it's on the back of some great form, your Challenge Tour form, and that could set up things like Pro Tours, Players Championships, etc. Could be an exciting 2026 for you.
Yeah, like I said, I've started the year great for me, just having a little go, and my circle's sort of complete now. And I've had the Pro Tour call up, so in a couple of weeks you're probably going to see me in Germany.
Fantastic.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
There's a little bit of a curse as well with Group A winners not going on to win Saturday night.
I'm going to try and break that today.
Yeah. So what do you think the difference is between that group campaign and a Saturday night? I mean, you've played on a Saturday night without success.
Yeah.
What strategically do you think you need to change, if anything?
I've done it a lot. I mean, I've got to this stage 9 times now, getting a Saturday. It's an achievement on its own. I'm very, very happy to get to it. But I think in myself, I know I've got the game to rise to the occasion and do it. I'll try and break that curse tonight, but I think with B and C, there's finer margins. Yeah. You've got 3 going through the B, and you've got 2 through the C. So it's just one of them. Hopefully it's my day and I can snap that curse.
And just finally, what would it mean to you to win tonight?
Oh, it'd be my biggest achievement yet. I mean, I've played for England. That was big for me. Down in Dorset, everyone everyone loves me when I play local and stuff, and I'll be really proud if I can do it. It's someone from Dorset that's never done it, and it would mean the world to me.
Top man, great player, good luck.
Thanks, Glenn.
Become the favourite to win this game. What a visit that is from Tommy Morris.
Double 9. 2 10s. To wrap it up. And finds the double 18. And he'll be even more bothered now, Tommy Morris.
Right then, first up tonight, this week, it's the week's Group A winner, Tommy Morris, against a Group C runner-up, Richard McKee, kicking off proceedings this evening. Healthy crowd in the live lounge for tonight's Arrows action, and we will be with you for the next 4 hours or so, playing right down to the final here live and free on Pluto TV. Morris through to his 9th Saturday, but yet to reach a final. He's also got the Group A curse to contend with, hasn't he? 23 weeks since the Group A winner went on to win the title. His opponent, Richard McKee, has had no such trouble. He secured a weekly win on just his 2nd attempt last year. The Northern Irishman could be one to watch tonight. Watching over tonight's proceedings is our referee, Andrew Culling. There he is. And Laura and Glenn have made their way to the commentary box to guide you through tonight's entertainment.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. Good evening, everybody. I'm really looking forward to a fantastic night of darts.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Tommy to throw first.
It started with that first start on Monday morning where Tommy Modus was absolutely sensational in Group A.
100.
On paper, it looked a really, really tough section to come through, but he played 15 games and won 13 of them. And as you can see from his first 3 darts, he's one of the
45.
lightning quick players. He loves to get on with it, but he can back it up with some serious scores as well. And for me,
125.
Laura, he just looks like a player who is full of confidence and just hitting that purple patch at the moment. Maybe this final has just come at the right time for him.
I totally agree. I think from what we've seen from this week
41.
and just in 2026 in general, when you mentioned the Challenge Tour, and you can hear him talking really positively about going over to Germany to play in the Pro Tour. And it's conducive to these kind of numbers. Already down to a 2-dart checkout after just 9 darts.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful game in the world to play.
Tommy, you require 96.
When you're playing like the way Tommy Morris is right now. This is for a potential 12-darter.
60.
No dramas. McKee way back.
Sometimes we've had players come through, and I can go back to last week, George Killington, he won Group A and then came out in that first match.
99.
And a couple of days,
Tommy
maybe just a little bit, I think rusty, but just didn't settle into proceedings quickly enough. None of it for Tommy Morris, who ends up with a 15-dart opener.
Well, one thing about Tommy Morris, number one, he's going to be
on.
testing our spotter tonight. And number 2, that was super quick. Number 3 is the fact that Richie McKee will just
76.
continue to play the style that he plays. That's a little shake of the head there, but he's got a lot of key strengths about his game. He's very
140.
understated, goes under the radar, and he likes that. But he's a very solid player and proven winner on that stage. I thought this was going to be a tough match for Morris, but he started sensationally.
77.
He sounded determined, didn't he, when he spoke to you earlier? Sounded focused, just trying to break that curse. As he mentioned, 23 weeks
40.
is unbelievable since a Group A winner went on to pick up a weekly title.
Well, you mentioned that it was Derek Coulson who was the last person to do that. And Derek Coulson was one of the players who Tommy Morris beat to get to that Challenge Tour final.
140.
Also beat the likes of Jensen Walk before losing out to Tommy Lishman. And Tommy Lishman is one of the players in next week's. And Laura,
60.
next week's players, it looks an absolute classic of a week.
I feel like we say that week on week now, the standard and the amount of players that we're now seeing here at the live lounge. There's now this real
100.
expectation about, how players are going to perform, even when they're here on debut. Just look at Van Velzen.
140. Richard, you require 108.
Always options on the 108. So 16 or 8 for double 16. This is a good riposte.
92. Tommy, you require 121.
Chance for Tommy Morris to punish. It's the ball for a 1-2-1, and you could not find that bullseye any more perfectly positioned, right in the centre.
I mean, there's a bullseye, Laura, and then there's absolutely pinging it right in the middle. And the raw, when you're asking a question, how much does he want it? He wears his heart in his sleeve. He plays super quick. He's fantastic to watch.
85.
But let me tell you, he is desperate to win tonight. What a finish.
Yeah, and he'll carry those scars of previous appearances. It's his 16th appearance here at the Live Lounge. He's made 9 Saturdays. This is his 9th, and the best he's got to is a semi-final. He's going to want to right those wrongs, and I feel like this is possibly one of the best versions of Tommy Morris that we've seen.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. And like you say, you never chase success. It'll come when it's ready. And I'm a big believer in lessons learned as well. And, you know, I don't think there's any change of strategy tonight. He's not going to do anything different in regards to preparation. I just think he comes here super confident. And right now, he looks like he can't miss.
It's a wrong score.
And just while this is happening right now, for someone as quick as Tommy Morris as well, he just wants to continue with the game, doesn't he? But quickly rectified, quickly sorted. McKee's not playing bad here.
McKee is not doing a great deal wrong. It's just Tommy Morris. 2 opening legs of 15 darts and looking to back it up here with the advantage of throw.
99.
And look, one of the difficult things about playing someone like Tommy Morris is that you don't get time to go back and stand behind him, reset, think, plan. You're literally, it's like
94.
practicing on your own. You're literally walking back.
123.
He's making this game look as easy as 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
98.
What an effort.
Richard to require 84.
Yeah, but this, a real opportunity for McKee. 2 darts in hand, double 12. He's only had the 1 dart at a double so far.
72. Tommy requires 25.
Big number. Double 8. Rapid. Fast. Electrifying.
Game shot
and
on the
absolutely sensational. 3 legs played and only 17 seconds
Richard
gone.
to throw first. Game on.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
This, not averages wise, he's only averaging 93.94. That's because that was an 18 darter to back up his 2 15 darters. It just feels like one of the best opening performances I've seen on a Saturday night for a long, long time. So dominant. McKee has real problems here. He won't know what's hit him.
Yeah, shake of the head from McKee, because how often do we say it, Glenn, that when you make it through the finals night, there has to be winners, there has to be losers. But in this short course, round-robin stage, you don't want to be losing to nil because the task becomes almost impossible.
I think McKee's mind will be in mush. He's probably had all day to think about the game. I wonder what happens if... I don't think he ever had this in literally 6 minutes gone. This game could be over in 30 seconds.
Tommy Morris is not relenting. Once again, down to a potential 2-dart checkout after just 9 darts. And Richard McKee, as we say, hasn't played badly. Just a couple of opportunities at the outer ring missed, have been punished.
Tommy require 87.
Look at the 17s. Sensible play. He will
47.
be back. Because once again, McKee miles back.
This is a position where you think, right, just try and put on a bit of pressure. He's going to need to find a big treble if he's going to do
100. Tommy require 40.
Here we go. It's been brilliant from first dart to last. What a stellar performance from Tommy Morris. The Group A champion has just played with real panache. That was absolutely sensational. Fantastic crowd in here tonight, and they will enjoy every single dart that the Group A winner did there. He was absolutely brilliant. And maybe them numbers don't actually state exactly what happened in that game. McKee looked stunned. He played okay for 3 and a bit legs, but Modus was sensational. What a start. We move to Group 2. It's Rob Grundy against David Wazooi.
Welcome back. One match down, and wow, it didn't take long, did it? Tommy Morris firing past Richard McKee in no time at all. A 4-0 win, just carrying on where he left off in Group A. Absolutely superb stuff from Morris, leaving McKee in need of a win when he takes on Mark Dbridge in Game 3 tonight. But attention now turns to Group 2. David Wazooi is going to take on Rob Grundy, a good old friend of Glen Durrant, and the pair of them were reunited for a chat earlier tonight.
Well, Rob, this feels a little bit surreal because I think I've known you for about 20 years now, so I'd like to open and say how incredibly proud I am of you and what you're doing for the North East. How has the week been for you?
Thank you. It's been brilliant. I come under no illusions for the week because my form was really poor, and I thought hopefully I can get better, and I think I have every day, so hopefully just keep up the momentum.
The strengths of coming off the professional tour is one thing. The weaknesses is that you're not used to winning as many games. So coming back here, what's it like to then go, all of a sudden you're back on that stage where you've had success before?
I think that's helped me, to be fair, because it's tough to string wins together on the tour. I mean, yeah, I've won a couple of games, but to have a good run, it's very tough. So you're just playing one game and then you wait till the next day, where at least whatever happens, you're getting a few games under my belt, and it's only good for me.
Yeah, Group B, 8 wins out of 8, only one of 10 players to ever do that. You hit a purple patch, 103 average, 102 average, 101. How good did that feel?
Oh, brilliant. I know I'm capable, and it's just trying to get it out. I take everything on board. I look at things, people are saying like, oh, stop shaking my head. And I think Group A, I've done a lot of that because I was not on good form. But then I just thought, get my head down and just play.
Yeah, what impressed me was 5 wins out of 5, yet your determination didn't change. You wanted that 8 wins out of 8. That impressed me.
Yeah, I want to win every game. Every game I play, doesn't matter. I go for the win. It doesn't matter if I win with a 60. As long as I get that W, that's the main thing.
Listen, on behalf of everyone at the North East, in particular Cleveland County, all the very, very best, Rob.
Cheers, thank you.
Here we go, Grundy again. And he's gone for it, and he's hit it.
Quiet, single acquired. And so is the double. Oh my word, that is world class.
Nicely executed, the 119.
Double 16. And he finds double 16. And Rob.
Qualities that he possesses. And it's 4 wins out of 4.
Okay, let's get stuck into Group 2 then, shall we? As Rob Grundy meets David Wazooi in an all-English affair on the Super Series stage. Wazooi, well, this is his 6th finals night appearance in 10 stints at the Super Series, but he's still yet to go as far as the final. As for Grundy, well, he is hoping to make his impending lift home to Hartlepool with Glen Durrant a bit more exciting than it might otherwise be by winning his 2nd weekly title. He's since spent 2 years on the PDC Pro Tour, and he really showed his level with that unbeaten campaign in Group B this week. As for David, it was a real battle to get through, but he's here now, reset, and an opportunity to get that first title under his belt. Glenn, ahead of that long drive to the northeast, he's back in the commentary box alongside Laura Turner.
Well, thanks very much, Murph. I really appreciate that. I'm sure he'd be falling asleep within 10 minutes of getting in my car, but yes, like Tommy Morris himself, he's got county darts tomorrow. That's how dedicated.
First leg, Rob to throw first. Game on.
These players are right now, but Rob Grundy, I have to say, Laura, was absolutely sensational in Group B. He dominated it from the first start. And there was a game very late on Thursday night when David Wazooi and Rob Grundy were both 3 wins out of 3.
121.
And Rob Grundy opened up, and he was 180 with the opening 3 darts of his leg every single time, finished with 102 average, and went on from there. He was
100.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I quite like listening to how he was speaking to you, Glenn, because he said he's kind of listened, he takes things on board, he tries to adapt and make sure that the best version of himself turns up. He got better day by day, and as you say, he put his head down in Group B
121.
and really did run away with the group. But you have to say, very different route through to finals night number 6 for Dave Wazooi, who he's pretty battle-hardened from his campaign.
Yeah, really nice guy is Wazooi, that's for sure. But I guess the question I've got for you, Laura, is, I mean, they've played each other the past 2 nights now, and it's been dominated by Grundy. How
96.
in 24 hours can you change out? Are you hoping that your opponent doesn't play so well, or is there anything that you can do when you're up there?
Yeah, I guess the first thing, isn't it, is actually really you look at yourself and you hope that you can start producing levels, because we know what Dave can do up on that stage. No, he hasn't won a title, but to get through 6 times to a Saturday out of 10 appearances, that's a good record. So, yeah, we know he's got levels, but he just seems to fall by the wayside in finals night. This is when it all needs to click. And I think the interesting factor for me will be that Rob Grundy is the second favourite coming into tonight.
60.
He would have just seen Tommy Morris win emphatically in 7 minutes. He's going to now want to reply with a statement of his own.
Yeah, another question for you, going into the next leg, because this one's coming to its conclusion, is he was sensational, Tommy Morris, but average 95. The pace of Grundy, it doesn't look as pleasing on the eyes. He looks at the double. And once again, he's usually been so deadly on them.
David,
but the quality is still there. The pace over the quality is another thing.
29.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting topic.
Rob, you require 20.
Pick that up in leg 2, because Grundy, 3 darts in hand, 20 remaining.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, no mistake
Rob
there
Grundy.
from Rob Grundy. 1-0 to the good.
Second leg, David to Faro first. Game on.
Yeah, and I hope David doesn't mind me mentioning it for one last time, but he's had difficult personal issues before coming to the Modus Super Series. And do you know what? I had a little chat with him. I said, sometimes you can turn those real negatives in your life into a real positive, and you can get on that stage and other things can inspire you and motivate you. We've seen him kiss the colour of the flag, which has a meaning. We've seen him look up to the heavens. So it hasn't been easy the past couple of weeks for Wazooi. And I guess as a dart player, the best players, when you're looking for a bit of solace, is on that stage.
60.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a subject that people who watch darts, or even the casual watcher, they don't always appreciate that. There are other things in people's lives that go on away from the hockey that can really have an impact, both positively and negatively.
For Grundy, he certainly knows where the camera is, and I know that he's got a beautiful family back in Hartlepool, and I know that's the inspiration. It's a long way for them to get to Portsmouth to come and support him. But I know that the North East will be watching him and cheering him on. But Wazooi looks more measured tonight. That was my criticism of him. I think panic set in. He could see the winning line, and that anxiety then
81.
turned into him playing too quick. And I think he's learnt his lesson. Wazooi, despite being 1-0 down here, he looks
45.
better in himself. Can he start finding those trebles is the next question.
And there are players that just prefer playing in front of a crowd. He'll have faces in the audience that he will be able to look to get that bit of inspiration and have that calming effect. But I know that feeling all too well. When you feel like the route to qualification is in
100.
your grasp, you can try and squeeze on a bit too hard. But Wazooi managed to get there in the end.
Looks a different player.
120.
When you talk about bouts of confidence, a catalyst, a spark, that 156 would have gone, because Grundy doesn't look as good as what he was in Group B. He's almost looking quite quizzical because he was averaging 103, 102, 101. There was only 300 plus averages this week, and he got all 3. But Wazooi looking good to level up. That could be a happy accident.
Yeah, just a bit of a reset, bit of a pause, way off the target. But as you say, it's not the worst leave in the world.
4.
Don't think you could have got much closer without finding it.
Require 96.
That's twice today, I think I've called a double there. So the good thing for Wazooi right now, despite the fact he's missed 4 darts at a double, is that this is not the Rob Grundy he's been playing the past 2 nights. Can Rob find one of those clutch finishers? Can still finish. He just looks more fidgety right now as he looks at treble 17. Wazooi back.
36. David, you require 32. Game shot on a second
This
leg.
time, no mistake for Dave Wazooi.
Third leg, Rob 2 for 0 first. Game on.
Yeah, fabulous crowd in here tonight. And you can clearly hear by the reaction when that double went in. Wazooski's got a lot of fans, a lot of family here. Will that be the driving force for him?
We talk about driving, and I know you're driving with Grundy back later, but Dave's also heading back home tonight after this finishes because he's playing tomorrow for London.
26.
That's the dedication. What did you think of Murph, by the way, saying boring getting in my car? You know what I'm like. I'm cool for cats, surely.
I'm sat next to you, so I'm going to agree.
Wake up, Laura.
121.
Yes, you get a plethora of 180s. Interesting enough, it was always at the beginning of legs, Rob Grundy in Group B. But them 180s at the moment seem to be 1-2-1. One of those darts is just trickling into the one. That's frustrating him right now. You can see him pacing
100.
up and down. Where's Wazooi is the player who's looking a lot more calm, and that is not how he was 24 hours ago.
Yeah, and you can feed off that as a player, can't you? When you see that frustration from your opponent and you're actually feeling quite good up there, you can actually, it can actually make you relax even more. It can help you produce your best.
140.
Yeah, nodding me head here.
100.
There's still advantage Grundy here. Now, sometimes as a dart player, he's not with anyone. Rob, he's there alone. But sometimes that can be such a good thing. And hear the support that his opponent's got as he looks at double 10. He's in his own zone. And he will be back.
Don't know if you caught Wazooi in the background there, but I think he thought that was a surefire finish.
65. Rob, you require
Sensible
20.
play. Good thing and leaves a finish. Will he be back? Grundy looks at double 10. Looks a good marker, but he throws such a flat dart. He has to move right across the hockey. This is not a gimme.
Game showing the third
Superb
leg.
dart.
Rob
Grundy
Grundy.
leads 2-1.
He did well to kind of move across the hockey, open
Fourth
up that
leg,
angle.
David 2 for 0 first. Game on.
But real stark contrast to the opening match, which was a dominant performance from Tommy Morris. This feels very much
100.
neck and neck.
Yeah, and as a neutral, that's the way we like it. It's a very intimate atmosphere in there. And if you're not fully focused, if you're not in that zone, you can hear any noise. You can
60.
So they're the kind of things as pundits that you're looking for. But Wazooi, 10 out of 10 on his focus tonight. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly from him this weekend.
140.
Yeah, this seems to be some of the very best that we've seen from Wazooi. It's a question that comes up quite often as well. When a player's come off the Pro Tour, I know it's been a couple of years since we've seen Rob Grundy here because he's had his tour card. Is there that additional pressure, that additional weight on the shoulders of players because they've played recently at the top level?
91.
Yeah, there's another thing I'd like to add to that as well. And I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, but he's used to losing now in a sense that it's so difficult. Let me tell you, he's beat some good players on the Pro Tour. He's beat the likes of Martin Lukeman, Chris Dobie, Christoph Ratajski,
57.
Andrew Guild and Joe Cullen. He's had success.
David, you require 170.
But he's also not used to winning game after game.
45.
It's just pressure whenever you get on that stage. Wazooi looks like his handle at the moment is in good position here to level up.
Yeah, and he's going to have plenty
60.
of time on his side. Rob Grundy
David,
just
you require 125.
getting a bit vocal up on the stage, not happy with how things are going.
55.
Laura, we say it all the time, don't we? The group phase, it just is so different. As Saturday night comes, the feel is different, the building seems different, the stage feels different. And we've got the second different version of Rob Grundy. A man who's on the back of 8 wins out of 8. Right now is averaging just in the mid-80s.
100.
It's a brilliant dart, but Wazooski's to
David,
loosen
you
here.
require 70.
Well, it should be just one dart at a double. Options. 20 for double 16 or 12 for tops.
38.
Yeah, none of them looked confident, did they? The 18 just to say kicked in. The 20 was just a little bit too close to the treble for liking. Grundy not really at the races, as we saw in the previous game. And that sensational finish from Tommy Morris. It only takes one big finish. Just the one treble needed. That's a grit of the teeth because can't finish.
No, just looking to set up and hopes he has an opportunity back to the hockey.
Treble 10 will be the shot. That's okay. He'll come back needing
107.
17. With
David
Wazooi on 32.
32.
He'll be lucky if that happens. This has to go for Dave. He's dominated this leg. Looked a good marker, but again, just has to move across, just like Grundy did in the previous.
Game shot on
An
the
opportunity knocks. He takes it. Listen to that crowd.
Fifth leg, Rob to Furrow first.
Yeah, lots of support
Game
here
on.
for Dave Wazooi. And you said it before, he's one of those likeable characters that we get down here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he brought his academy, didn't he? One night they brought a brilliant
96.
atmosphere as well. But just nice to talk to. Just a nice person. But tonight he's showing that steely determination that I liked.
100.
I've seen him look really uncomfortable. And if people do self-reflect and he goes back and looks at his games, and he can see himself where he went wrong on Friday night and what he's doing really well today.
100.
Good pick off with the last start for Rob Grundy. Just feels like Rob needs something, a big finish or a maximum, just to really spur him into this match.
I was also thinking if he wins ugly here, it could be a good thing. Because when you're riding a crest of a wave and everything seems easy in the game, it's just a reminder that this game can come back and bite you on the bottom.
98.
An opportunity here, though, for Wazooi.
Yeah, good thinking, because if he stayed on the 20s, there's a potentially would have left a bogey 166. So should go down to the 19s,
94.
does go down to 19s, leaves a finish. But Grundy will still think 207 and 6 darts to win this leg.
Yeah, the highest checkout that we've seen from Dave Wazooi, a 120 in his Group B campaign.
$96. David, you require 167.
Big slip once again.
22. Can you please put your phones on
Yeah,
silent?
big mistake there from Dave Wazooi.
Rob, you require 111.
Things happen. A brilliant crowd. Given the best of order. Treble 17. So 74 points left. The option of treble 14 or treble 18.
48.
And that hand, that gesture
David, you
again, because there
require
are a few too many
145.
darts that he's just pulling low. The release he's not quite got right as yet.
And I think that's a bit of pressure.
100.
A little bit of
Rob, you
expectation.
require 63.
Because this could easily get awkward. And Wazooi is sat pretty. We all pretty much thought it was going to be between Morris and Grundy tonight. How wrong could we be? Because he's only going to get one dart or a double. Has to go. And
Game
does
shot in the
go.
fifth leg.
Grundy's best
Rob
moment
Grundy.
tonight.
It's that range of finishing. Yes, we love a
Sixth
big
leg, David
170
to
finish or a,
first.
three-figure
Come
out,
on.
but it's those finishes. They are the bread and butter for these kind of players to make sure that they win.
I had a good
100.
conversation with you just before the dart was thrown there. That Morris game there, for a neutral, for the younger people, it's just so good to watch. He was blistering, he was ferocious, he was quick. But, you know, these are the types, again, real match play, real drama. And the
100.
odd double here, timing. And that double 16 there from Rob Grundy was immense.
Yeah, big moments because his throw was under
60.
threat. And now all the pressure shifts back onto the shoulders of Dave Wazooi.
$85.
Just doesn't look like he's completely settled as yet.
Yeah, he was the last person here. You know,
55.
everyone prepares differently, I guess. He's someone that doesn't need an awful lot of time on a dartboard to get himself ready. There could be a wake-up call. There could be positives coming from this game.
100.
He might have come in tonight thinking just automatically he's going to be playing Modus in the final, but this hasn't been a display that oozes confidence.
60.
No, far from it. Dave Wazooi has pressured him the whole time, and he's there or thereabouts again. But you have to say, a slight advantage is in favour of Grundy.
Well, let me tell you, that's awkward. I'm surprised he persevered there.
60.
Because the way, look at that dart there. I mean, it's almost clear in the bed, but because he's on 2-1-6, for me, he could go down to 19s and a treble would have left the Shanghai.
41.
But not punished. Grundy taking
Robbie
control.
require 156.
Well, he does still have the luxury of knowing he'll be back to the oche, so just keep it straightforward,
100.
try and set up. Would have liked another treble 20, but I think at this stage he'd be happy knowing he's back for 56.
145.
Beautiful. Once
Robbie
again, all the
require
pressure on the
56.
world for the man from the northeast. Big 16. For tops.
You heard that as well. 2 match darts come and gone for Rob Grundy.
David,
Last one
require
just
40.
skied past double 10. And you feel, though, this is a must-hit situation
Game
for Dave
over,
Wazooi,
Sigler.
who finds double 10.
David
Last
Wazooi.
dart in hand, and we go all the way.
7th and final leg. Rob to throw first. Game on.
Well, when asked the question about how has this week been, we used the word drama. I wasn't expecting too much drama in this game because Grundy has dominated Wazooi the past couple of nights. But once again, based on the Steve Green
140.
factor last week, that there's something different about a Saturday night. There's something different for these players when there's a crowd in there. And a Wazooi win here.
60.
Maybe your prediction of him winning tonight could be right.
Yeah, and I guess the other factor that you can always bring into is the fact that for Rob Grundy, he's been here since Monday. This is his 24th game this week on the stage, whereas you'd think Wazooi might just
97.
feel a little bit fresher. This is only game number 9 for him because he came in the latter stages. It doesn't always pan out that that's an issue, but it can be, because
55.
how often do you play for 6 days in a row?
Yeah, won 17 of those games as well, so confidence was high. And does fatigue kicking? I always think adrenaline will overtake fatigue. I think a lot of nervous energy will have been used in this game for Rob because he won't have expected this. Much to the credit of
92.
Wazooi. But once again, is he taking control? The setup play from Wazooi in the previous leg was brilliant. He could have done with a big one.
41.
Yeah, and it's the one thing that Wazooi hasn't been able to do is just find a way of breaking Rob Grundy. He's done well, he's dug in, he's held throat. But Grundy very much in the driving seat here.
140.
Brave last start when you sat on 172 and you've got 120 on the board.
Yeah, I think that's just a little bit of instinct as well. The sensible play would have been the
41.
big 12.
Robbie
He's been
required
superb on
32.
double 16 this week. It's felt like a different version of Rob Grundy tonight. Same process. Will it be the same answer? Job
Game shot.
done.
And a match. Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy wins his opening game by 4 legs to 3 against a very likeable Dave Wazooi. And Rob Grundy showed him incredible respect there. The frustrations there in jest, but Rob Grundy might have just learned one big lesson there, that if he's going to win it tonight, it won't be easy. And there's the tail of the tape. Just shy of 90 average in the end for Grundy. Decent on the doubles as well, but you get a sense he has to be better. As we go back to Group 1, it's Richie McKee against Mark Dbridge.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw a hard-fought victory for Rob Grundy against the defiant David Wazooi, a 4-3 result in Group 2. Quite the opposite in Group 1 before that, when Tommy Morris got a 4-0 victory over Richard McKee, who's going to need to win in his next match, which is imminent. The opponent for it is Mark Dbridge, the former World Championship finalist, and he caught up with Glenn a little earlier on tonight.
Great pleasure, Mark Dbridge. In the end, Group B campaign, fairly comfortable. How did you see it?
After Thursday, walking back to my mate's house, Pete, I was going to retire. Just thought, I just can't do it anymore. I can't do what I used to do. Why am I putting myself through this rigmarole? And then Friday, again, didn't play great, but seemed to pull something out of the bag here and there.
Well, I think you played a little bit better than that, actually, from me looking on, watching you there. But I'm going to take you back to something that we said off air. You said I didn't have a great Q school, didn't have a great challenge tour, but I really enjoyed it, Glenn. Can you elaborate on that and the importance of enjoying darts right now?
Yeah, I think Q school was a bit of a disaster. I was doing really well. I lost quite a lot of weight before Christmas, and then and I was practicing, and I got ill between Christmas and New Year. Obviously, with Christmas and eating, and everything went out the window. So Q school was a blowout. But I decided to do the challenge tour. So I went to the first challenge tour, not successful, but I started enjoying the competition, and I started inwardly trying to learn how to get a little bit better and a little bit better, and that's what I meant by my comment.
Yeah, one attribute for me which you tick the box more than anybody, and it's experience. How important can that be tonight?
You can have all the experience in the world, but if you don't play well enough, But I guess in those tight situations, and I've been there before, maybe a few scrappy games, I can get over the line. You just don't know.
Listen, Mark, you're in it to win it. Good luck.
Thank
all the
you.
very best.
This gave a ton plus checkout, double top for Dbridge. Twitted style. What an opportunity. And what a finish. There's your answer. Certainly no flash in the pan for Mark Dbridge tonight.
Takes a step to his right and finds the double.
Yeah, big game this already in this group. Things could be settled very, very quickly indeed. I'll come on to that in a moment, but it is a first outing of the evening for Flash Mark Dbridge, who did look pretty comfortable and composed during his Group B campaign. Despite a sluggish start to it, he managed to hold it together and get himself over the line to qualify. Richard McKee, his opponent, well, he had the worst possible start tonight, didn't he? Former weekly winner, but a 4-0 defeat to Tommy Morris in that opening match has left him in all sorts of trouble. We have seen this kind of deficit turned around before, though, and maybe Richard McKee, who did win his week in Series 11, could do it. The 35-year-old trying to fight back. It is must win this against Mark Dbridge. It's given a bit of a free pass to really. If he gets a victory in this one, he would be through, the 53-year-old from Bristol. Furthest he's got in a Super Series week is to a final, and that was in the previous series as well. So maybe we're seeing him come back into some form, but confirmation that Richard McKee would be out unless he wins this game. If he wins it 4-0, incidentally, the same scoreline he lost his match against Morris, the only way he could be eliminated would be via a 9-dart shootout. As for Dbridge, simple for him. He qualifies with a win. And just one other note for fans of Tommy Morris: if one leg goes the way of Mark Dbridge in this match, then Tommy Morris would be through. And Glenn and Laura might be glad that I did all that, but for these two, it's pretty simple. It's almost like a knockout match. Over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, great analysis. And as you say, it's simple in the minds of the two that are up on the stage at the moment. They are up there to win, which they are on every occasion, but when it's this knockout,
ladies and gentlemen,
round robin,
first leg, Richard,
then it just feels that little bit more imperative, and you have to just go back to that first result. How does Richard McKee recover from that? He knows he's going to have to find more levels. We said he didn't do a great deal wrong, but he's going to have to kind of bounce back, and you don't have a lot of time to.
Yeah, I think he liked the pace of this game, but there was a word that Murph used in that introduction there: calm. Both players calm and composed. You've got I was so impressed
45.
with Mark Dbridge. He wasn't letting his disappointing darts affect him. And in Richard McKee, you've got one of the most laid-back dart players you're going to see on the Modus Super Series. They don't give an awful lot
45.
away. I think a very, very winnable game for both players. But the pressure will be on McKee after that 4-0 defeat in his opening game. We talk about permutations, but
57.
this one could be really simple. If Mark Dbridge wins that game, McKee is out.
Yeah, both have
82.
had varying successes up on the stage. Dbridge has been runner-up here previously. McKee, as mentioned, has picked up a weekly win, a weekly title.
42.
Yeah, just something Mark said to me, you know, he knows his best years are behind him. He knows that. He knows he's still competitive and can still play a great game. And, you know, you go back
44.
to the 2002 to 2006 where he was the world master in 2002. A competition that's on at the moment. 2005, that world final losing 7-4 to Phil Taylor. Beat our friend Wayne Mardle in the semis.
100.
Premier League player in 2006. You know, when you look at someone's CV and just remind yourself how successful Mark Dbridge has been in his career.
60.
Another Super Series favourite, Steve West, out in the audience. But you're right, I think we're all quite guilty of it. I mean, we refer to it as recency bias. We're kind of looking at the next big thing and just the latest results. But Dbridge proving up that he's still got what it takes.
Has McKee got what it takes? Because double five says he has.
125. Mark, you require 77.
We'll start in the 19s. Should get himself at least a dart at tops. Well, a big 18 says he will. There was a lot of body in that one. We talked an awful lot in Group B about you don't need to watch where the dart goes. Watch what Mark Dbridge does with that body. But in the end, gets to that winning line in that first leg. A beautiful double 11. Dbridge leads 1-0.
Second leg, Mark, to
which also means
first.
that Morris is through the semis.
It does indeed. But that typifies what you were saying previously, that there wasn't any panic. You know, a lesser experienced player might think, wow, where did that go when the release was wrong? And backs up the clinical finish in the end with a second maximum.
Yeah, he hit 7 in that Group B campaign as well.
180.
Both on a 9.
When is it too early to go with that?
Not yet. Oh, come on now.
180.
Yeah, exceptional stuff from both players. Richard McKee can't find treble number 4.
Had some good attempts at 9 darters this week.
A smile from Mark Dbridge. And the audience is that close, and it is what we're used to hearing, but it's very different when it's kind of a more intimate crowd.
Yeah, I think he quite liked that, actually. It was a
26.
good swell. Did he like it? I'm not so sure. That's what it's all about. Great touch between the two players. A lovely moment.
Like
he said his best years are behind him, but there's something you don't lose. It's that competitive spirit as well. And let me tell you, when those two went in, that could be a happy accident itself, because that went into a big 15 accidentally.
75.
Well thrown dart, wasn't a million miles off the target, but offers up a chance here for McKee to break straight back. Double 5 is the target, just the wrong side of the wire.
That's not been his friend, has it, in this match?
40.
He could be 2-0 up, but double 5 has been the Achilles heel. No problem at all for Mark Dbridge. He leads by 2-0.
Third leg, Richard to Farofa.
Great sportsmanship between the pair as well. And you do tend to find that players that perhaps don't normally associate with each other on the circuit, or they play in different regions, different areas.
43.
When they come here to the Super Series, you do start to forge some friendships when you're playing alongside people for the amount of time you're there for.
40.
Yeah, I often listen to the stories of my friends on there, and Carl Coleman is one of them, and his unlikely friend now is Peter Wachuri. They text
45.
each other and FaceTime each other, and when you spend a week, just on the right-hand side of that picture is where the players' area is. Friendships and camaraderie and teamwork is made, and yeah, it's been a good touch between these two players during this game.
$60.
Shaking the head because just couldn't adjust. The first one went low and the next two just followed. Yeah, McKee, after losing that first match 4 legs to 0, still searching for that first elusive leg tonight.
Yeah, again, he speaks so well. I called him the commentator's nightmare because the only darts he plays a little bit locally and ADC stuff, but he's never played a WDF tournament. He's never played on the Q school. He hasn't got a challenge to, so it's very, very difficult to try and read.
135.
Added to that, he said he was carrying a little bit of an injury as well, was Richie McKee. He said he was delighted to get it on a set, but the one thing I did pick up on, he said, I just wanted to get to Saturday night.
60.
And I went, no, you're in there. There's only 6 left. You have got to tell your mind you can win this tonight.
Yeah, mindset is all important. You're seeing
36.
Players now coming through because they have a different mindset. Tommy Morris, for example, is one of those players that's always been there or thereabouts, but now he's saying the right things and believing what
60.
he's saying as well.
His last 6 darts, Laura, all just underneath that treble 20. And for me, that's an indicator where it's just a little bit of tension in the body. And I think it's something you've just touched on. Yet to win a leg tonight. That little bit of panic's in there. He might settle with something as straightforward as a 96 finish. And it might need to go.
96.
I feel it does need to go. It's the perfect first dart. It's 2 in hand. It's double 18. It's a different target. Double 14. Switching across the other side of the board. And
82.
that search for the leg continues. And when you're in that position, those doubles, they feel smaller and smaller, and you get further and further away.
For a 3-0 lead, it's no problem whatsoever for Mark Dbridge. And look what it means to him.
Full flag, Mark 2 for Rofer.
I don't know if it was breakdancing there or he was looking for divine inspiration, but the smiles on his face, this is turning out to be a nightmare night for Richie McKee.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a look to the heavens. We do play here at the Super Series in a church.
96.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I was going to give me glow sticks at the end there, and I thought I was going back to the early 90s.
I don't know if that just gives us more an insight into what you think dancing is, Glenn.
140.
Yeah, I must admit, I've got no rhythm.
We've got some nice dad dancing moves.
No. I didn't even dance at my wedding.
60.
Well, that's perfect. You just felt it was going to be a maximum.
140.
Still Richard McKee. His perseverance, his calmness under pressure still remains.
59.
Yeah, I think you've got it spot on, Laura, with a word that you used at the beginning of the show, and you felt like this Group 1 and Group 2 were very balanced. Well, I felt exactly the same, but we could be moments away from the most straightforward
55.
2 players to go through for a long time, because Morris is already through from that 4-0 victory. And Dbridge is on the cusp here.
He is, because it was a slip from McKee in the previous visit. It's left himself
42.
on a bogey number.
He's averaging over 90 at the moment, is McKee. But it's not enough to get on the board yet.
60.
Yeah, back-to-back trebleless visits and a leg that he was dominating. It just opens up the door once again for Mark Dbridge.
140. But you require 106.
He's had so much success on this stage. He's never been eliminated out the group stage on a Saturday night. But 104 points from Dbridge.
Mark, you require 104.
Says he will be now.
Looking at treble 18, it's a great guide and just goes the wrong side of the wire. Offers up a real chance. Richard McKee has had 4 opportunities at the outer ring so far in this match. He's going to get a couple more.
Has to move right across the hockey for that double 8. Oh, what a dart that is.
Richard McKee.
Even the neutrals in the crowd there are cheering there, because that's his first leg of the night.
Yeah, and a bit of a smile from McKee, but that first dart, once again, going low. But this time he's able to find a good adjustment.
140.
Well, we've seen comebacks before from 3-0 down. And you use the word belief, and you've just got to keep that faith. You've just got to keep positive,
81.
because you would expect the way Morris played to beat Dbridge in their game. So still a victory here for McKee. And he can still get qualification tonight. So not all is lost. And he's beginning to find that treble.
It's definitely not over till it's over. But it's how you deal with it in the moment. When you're up on the stage, you don't have that break. You can't just go off and have a couple of minutes to just pull your thoughts together. You have to do it when you're up there.
97.
I've had matches where I've wanted to stay up on the stage and not come off, and then I've had some where I just wish the stage would just swallow me up because it just nothing would work.
100.
Yep, spot on. And sometimes we say that break can come at the right time.
$100. Richard, you require 161.
6 starts and 161 to reduce the deficit even further. May go bullseye with the last. And the reason I say the bullseye is that he's just had an excellent attempt at a 96 finish, and the outer bolt would have left him a 2-darter.
Yeah, ball management,
54.
all important.
Richard, you require 116.
116, one of those finishes that players do like. Dbridge has left himself on 169, so even if this doesn't go, he'll be back, but it's tops.
76.
Yes, it wasn't a board management issue for Dbridge, but going for that 20, just drifting into the 5s there, has left a bogey number. So McKee will be back. So in a game that looked like it was going to be dominated by Dbridge,
Richard, you require 40.
he could have an opportunity here for going 1 behind. That's a great marker.
Game
A beautiful second dart. The execution of that double top is brought him right back in this game, and Dbridge now on serve.
Sig flag, Mark 2 for first.
His first 3 darts here are crucial. What a dart that is.
Slight over adjustment because there's so much space in that bed after that first dart, but would settle, I'm sure, for a 2 treble visit in a leg that will see him through to the semi-finals if he can win.
60.
I asked him in that interview that the one thing he's got that the others don't have in abundance is experience.
99.
Yes, it may have been 20 years ago, but it'll still be in that muscle memory somewhere. And he doesn't panic. He's very disciplined in his reaction when an opponent wins a couple legs, get back in the game. But it's been a good start here from Dbridge. I just feel like 1 treble a visit here will get him down to that double and match darts. But a
44.
mistake like that brings McKee back into the match.
But he does need to try and punish. He needs to capitalise with a couple of big trebles.
60.
Just over-adjusted again, just going low on that treble 20 there. And that's perfect. He did this a couple of times last night. You see the reaction from McKee there. Absolutely fine with that, despite the arm gun in the air. Is it the beginning of the end, or can McKee find a maximum?
There's 2 in there. There's going to be pressure on this 93.
140. Mark, you require 93.
Maximum pressure. But it's 2 in hand. It's double 18 for Mark Dbridge.
57.
There's 2 match-winning opportunities come and gone.
141.
Will he be back, is the question. And there's your answer. Can he put some pressure? Absolutely he can. Big moments for Mark Dbridge.
97. Mark, you require 36.
More chances to get across the
Game
line,
shot
and only
and
one
a match.
dart required
Mark
for Mark Dbridge, who comes out a 4-2 winner over Richard McKee. The fight back was on for a while for McKee, but Dbridge just proved to be just a bit too hard to get past as he qualifies for the semi-finals, taking Tommy Morris along with him. There you see the tail of the tape, steady performances from both, but after a short break we will go back to Group 2 where Dave Wazooi takes on Keanu Van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It is week 2 of Series 13 and it's finals night, and the first group, well, it's all done and dusted already. Tommy Morris and Mark Dbridge both getting the better of Richard McKee, meaning they go through to the semi-finals and will battle it out to see who wins Group 1. It's back to Group 2, then David Wazooi taking on Keanu Van Velzen, and we can show you what could happen in this group. Van Velzen would qualify with a victory. That's because Rob Grundy got the better of David Wazooi in the opening match. So Grundy would also go through if Van Velzen were to beat Wazooi in this one. As for David, he needs to win 4-2 or better to qualify. Confirmation then that Keanu Van Velzen on his debut at finals night would go through by winning his first match. And the Van Velzen name is in Super Series folklore, isn't it? And earlier this week, we had a little chat with Keanu.
begins when I was 9, my brother was 12. We had a dartboard upstairs, and we watched a world champion final. And in the break, we go upstairs and throw some darts. He asked for some tournaments to play, and then I go with him and throw also. We're very close. He's not my brother, but also my best friend. So you go also practice together. I see him every day. So we talk a lot about darts, about his life, my life. I know where he came from. Some difficult times it goes better, and sometimes it goes down. You know, he works a lot for it, and then you're so proud that he achieved nice moments on the stage.
Van Velzen now has to go 18s. Finds the treble. Finds the second and finds the double 7.
Work a lot for it. I'm not practice at home because I can't. I throw a lot of tournaments, like 4 or 5 a week. It's a lot of practice and to throw these tournaments. And I want to be better. That's clear, and we will see. This is the first steps of a nice career. And I see how it goes. This is the first step.
And there is Marvin Van Velzen, the brother of Keanu, who is hoping to follow in the famous footsteps, of course. Marvin, a victory here at the Modus Super Series, not just on his standard week, which is what his brother's hoping to do here, but he also went on to win Champions Week as well. Has since headed away for pastures new, playing on the PDC Pro Tour, of course, and here in the building to support his brother, just like he was here to support him. The opponent, Dbridge and Wazooi, well, he's got work to do, needs to win this match, needs to win it 4-2 to qualify at the end of this one. Can he turn it around? Richard McKee couldn't in Group 1. Can Wazooi do it in Group 2? Or will Keanu Van Velzen be straight through to the semi-finals? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. And seeing a Van Velzen here on a Saturday night does bring back some fantastic memories. And it's great that Marvin's in the crowd. It was a really touching sort of VT there about Keanu as well. And Laura, what I've made of this week is that he is his own player. Now, I remember him going all the way back to 2018 when he won the Dutch Open Boys. He beat Jurjen van der Velde that day, who's gone on to do really good things.
First leg, David to throw first. Game on.
He was a World Masters in the boys that same year where he beat Wessel Nijman. So this is not like happened overnight. This has not happened because of the success of Marvin Van Velzen.
95.
He was the first person on that stage, if you remember. He dived over all the chairs when Marvin did hit that winning double. But I found out this week that he's his own person. He's got his own skills and abilities.
84.
We talked earlier that he likes to stick the chest out. He's got a lot of confidence about himself. And he had the ups and downs this week.
41.
He was brilliant on Thursday, winning 5 out of 5. And then had to deal with adversary as well, which he come through. So a sound foundation on a world to build.
140.
Yeah, and as you're saying, he's one of those players that year on year, you're just seeing that development. Some players, they just seem to be able to develop just overnight.
95.
They're not there and then bam, they're front and centre. But for Keanu, it's just been year on year progression from looking at rankings on the development tour, starting back in 2019,
100.
finishing his highest position at the tail end of 2025, finished 30th on the table. And that's as long as you're seeing development and progress.
55.
That just must give players more and more confidence.
I think you're absolutely spot on there. I always say you don't chase success. It'll happen when it wants to happen.
137.
And I wasn't so sure tonight. The one thing I thought was on his side is reaction to that crowd. He has this unique style of touching that right
81.
foot, which we'll see. Whether that's got something to do with the Michael Van Gerwen pulling his socks
Keanu
up.
require 40.
He hasn't had to pull his socks up in this leg. He's been absolutely outstanding. This for a potential 13 darter and break a throw.
Game showing the
Yeah,
first
no
leg.
mistake on the doubles
Keanu
either.
Van
Van Velzen breaks in 13.
Yeah, that's his girlfriend behind there
Second
as well.
leg, Keanu to throw first.
I wasn't happy with her earlier,
Game
let
on.
me tell you. Because when Keanu said, "Oh, hi, Glenn," at the hotel, she went, "Who's he?" I nearly went back to the hotel room and got the Premier League trophy out, I tell you.
Yep, be looking at Twitter or
85.
X now later on with all the old retweets of all the previous successes.
I was fuming.
109.
Absolutely beautiful. You shouldn't have bias in the comms box, but when you're seeing the success of really nice people like David Wazooi, and again, very similar to Keanu,
57.
he had his successes this week. He had really difficult moments, but it was a really touching moment when he hit that winning double, Laura, against Justicia for qualification. That really, in fact, the pair of them did. The reaction again from Van Velzen when he realised he reached Saturday night. That's how much that stage and that trophy means to
97.
people.
Yeah, the stage does do funny things to players, but as you say, it's all that pressure and it's the want and desire to make it through to finals night. When you're here, anything can happen. We've seen it. We saw it just last week with Steve Green winning the trophy. But the key thing throughout the week is just positioning yourself, making sure that you're here.
30.
Well, what we call a key
David
performance
Require
indicator is if
121.
you've thrown 3 darts and you're down to a finish, you know you're scoring well. This is exactly the case as double 8. Would have meant that was a 12 dart and an excellent response, and we'll be back.
Yeah, it was a break for Van Velzen in the first in 13. Was it potential 12? But looking now at a 13 darter to break straight back.
76. David, you require 8. Game shot in the
Beautiful.
second leg. David
Get a
Watson.
little bit nervy if you hit the big 2 there, then you're on to Madhouse.
Third
Well
leg,
deserved. We've got a
David
game
to
on here. We
throw
saw the
first.
permutations
Game
here
on.
earlier. I was thinking that Grundy was already through, but a victory here for Wazooi by 4 legs to 2 or better, and a big win for Van Velzen over Grundy.
100.
So still an awful lot to play for in this Group 2.
Yeah, slightly less straightforward than Group 1.
60.
I was hoping for a 9-dart shootout. I watched that from home last week. That was super exciting. I'm sure a nightmare for the production here at the Modus Super Series, but
140.
for the viewer, I'm standing up.
There's a solid response from Keanu Van Velzen, finding his first maximum.
Game of the night.
100.
Yeah, well, for Wazooi, he knows he has to win. That is just that's the only thing that matters, and he really has just found an extra gear.
I've witnessed Wazooi this week not even being able to hit a 20. All over his group, it was all
David
over the
require
place.
161.
Panicking, was looking down. This is how he should be playing darts. And I know a lot of players will go back and watch the games
45.
again. He can look at when he's at his best
Keanu
and
require
what he's doing wrong.
161.
Chance for Van Velzen once again for a potential breaker throw.
The break opportunity come and gone for Van Velzen.
Yeah, I like the bullseye at this point here, because that would be 64 points scored.
55.
And that would have been a potential
require
do down to a
116.
97, but the execution's not there.
But it's tops. Is the execution here for
Game
Wazooi?
on the
Yes,
buzzer.
it is. It's a 116.
David
It's a 15-dart hold, a throw, and this
Fourth
game's
leg,
just
Keanu to
sparking
throw
into life.
first. Game on.
It was a real opening statement leg from Van Velzen, breaking in
57.
13. But credit to Wazooi here because he hasn't panicked. He's just got his head down. And there you see, leg by leg, 13 for Van
100.
Velzen, 14 and 15 for Wazooi.
Yeah, one of the issues for David in the group phase is that he did only have one checkout over 100.
56.
So that 116, for me, I think you know him better than I do, Laura, but it looks like when he's confident, he's a better player.
100.
Just seems more focused, really does. Yeah, big up David. He's got that support of the crowd.
140.
Yes, we heard the snarl, we heard the growls, we heard that an awful lot this week. We really did, and I think that's a good element for Van Velzen. Very much
62.
like Marvin, his brother.
Yeah, he's a player that plays off adrenaline. Has that fire in the belly.
100.
Feels like an important leg for Van Velzen because does not want to see Wazooi not just go into a 3-1 lead, but it'll be a third consecutive leg.
Yeah, just having a little think about his score here. And if you're wondering why with him way back, some of these
66.
pro elite players now are working out their finishes
Keanu
from
require
400.
148.
Perfect first.
100.
But it's a good response from Van Velzen.
95.
Pressure on this.
Right decision there, the 173. Two
Johnny
trebles with the
required
left tops there
48.
for Wazooi. Van Velzen playing really nice here, but the pressure's on now. This is what you can't teach. This is what you can't prepare for. Sharp and take a breath. How good do you feel? Because this feels big.
James on the fourth.
Yeah, and the reaction is big as
Keanu
well.
Van
Van Velzen finding the double, last start in hand. Levels things up at
Fifth
2
leg, David
apiece.
to
This
Farouk
game
first.
is just on a knife
Game
edge.
on.
Yeah, when you think of the head touching, the calming yourself down, you think of someone like Dimitri
140.
van den Berg, but the touch of the right foot each time, do you think that has the element of Michael van Gerwen? Is it? I tried the opposite, Laura. I never want to be superstitious. I didn't want to have too many things going in my mind that I had to do.
No, and I think anyone that kind of is starting out at darts,
60.
that's the way to go because, as you say, but sometimes these things, they kind of manifest naturally and then you can't stop doing them. Like you say, MVG, the sock pulling up.
60.
We had a real funny moment this week with Jose Justicia. He had a photo of his wife, and part of his process was to go over and kiss the photo. But he was getting B3-1 one day, and honestly had an argument and threw his arms out at her.
Well, as I mentioned before, we do play in a church, and
45.
some players, they just look to the darting gods for divine intervention. Doesn't always come.
Nothing to separate these two. Must have been an excellent matchup. Van Velzen, just the slight favourite. He is against the darts here.
94.
And leaves a finish. Wazooi, who's looked excellent in this game. Could do with a couple of trebles.
81. Keanu require
Frustrating slip for
170.
Wazooi. Van Velzen, they're just blowing on his hands. Another one in there for the ball.
130.
Because he's such a dynamic player, you kind of expect him to go for it, but that shows an element of maturity as well.
You read my mind there, Laura.
41.
And it's that split-second decision under high-pressured situations. Was it the right decision?
Keanu require 40.
Tops and tens, they've been kind to Van Velzen. Look over to the scoreboard. Debating, I think, whether to go straight for it or to lay
No
up.
score.
They opted to bust.
David, you require 134.
Oh, you could see. Yeah, he wanted that. That was almost like, well, he was saying, look, Dave, you cannot check out in 1-3-4. And if that had
41.
happened to any player there, it's almost like a lack of respect. It
Keanu
could be a
require
really
40.
good strategic decision by young Van Velzen.
Yeah, when you make it, you have to be prepared to be punished. Well, he wasn't on this occasion. He's chasing it round again. Was it the right decision? It was in the end.
Keanu Van Velzen.
Yeah, there's real spirit about him, isn't it?
It's quite interesting
because
he has these big reactions and he looks like such a pumped up character up on the stage, but he's kind of indicating, right, calm down, everyone, calm down. It's kind of juxtaposed to actually how he is when he's playing.
Unless he's trying to calm himself down, but it's the processes for me, the touching of the feet, the tapping of the towel. It's 4 or 5 or 6 seconds.
69.
And those last 9 darts, his rhythm really reduced. It really slowed down his game. So it's an element for me that he needs to just look
60.
at. Look, he stands behind him, then commentators say he didn't show any composure, should have gone to his water table. I guess that's why we've got the mics in our hands. He's making the decisions up there.
55.
Yeah, and I guess you have to feature back in Group A. You know, when he's playing someone as fast as Tommy Morris, you don't have a lot of time to go back and deal with those kind of
100.
processes.
Now, the interesting dynamic to this is on the throw of Van Velzen.
62.
If Wazooi can break here, he still becomes favourite for this game because he would have the darts in the last leg. And Van Velzen has just seemed to hit
95.
the skids a little bit here.
Could be a really big pick-off with the last dart for Dave Wazooi. Just edges forward.
Wazooi looks calm. He looks composed. The fidgetiness, the processes from this young man, it's making me feel slightly uncomfortable for him.
100.
And it's steady play once again for the man from Plumstead.
100. David, you require 146.
Could start in the 19s. Looks like his eye line's back up for treble 18. That's a wonderful effort for the 146.
83.
And you heard the shout from Van Velzen. He's left to finish, and this is for the match.
Keanu, you require
Again,
130.
that process, going to the table, taking his time, blows on the hands. He knows this is big. And it's the ball.
89.
Clap of the hands, just maybe a little bit
David,
rushed.
you require 63.
This is what you learn. But match day come and gone. This can get tricky, but it's an opportunity. And it's an opportunity that David Wazooi takes. We are going the distance. And the narrative is simple. Wazooi now has the darts.
David to first. Game on.
Big moments.
It's a huge check out. I know it's just 63, but we made the same comparison when Rob Grundy hit 63 against Wazooi. It was to hold throw. And it just changed the complexion of the match. Wazowski's just done it here, and has it done the same thing, but in his favour? It's the second time tonight he's gone to a last leg decider.
93. 100.
Yes, we like drama here at the Modus Super Series. A very,
100.
very respectful crowd. The majority on the side of Wazooi. There's the fans of and family of Van Velzen.
Well, you mentioned earlier, Glenn,
60.
that you watched that 9-dart shootout last week. Well, a 4-3 win would mean potentially that is on, because if Keanu will face Rob Grundy in that last match, and if Keanu won that 4 legs to 3, then there would be nothing to separate them.
$100.
Impressive. This has been a real top game. The averages have dipped. The actual match play and drama has increased.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. We refer to averages, but they can be skewed so quickly with just a few mismatched darts, or missed darts at doubles.
73.
But this is so tight.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I've barely looked at the incredible amount of numbers that we can look at here in the comms box.
16.
I've just enjoyed the game.
Yeah, it's been thoroughly entertaining.
Keanu, you require 135.
It's nearing its conclusion. It's Van Velzen with the first opportunity to see out the match. A win here for him, remember, would make him through to the semi-finals alongside Rob Grundy. But if that's going to happen, he's going to have to wait.
63. David, you require 121.
Start in the 20s, treble 17. It can't be done. Van
97.
Velzen will fancy his chances on his 72. But look where Wazooi is. He's sat pretty. Huge moments in this group too. What decision is Van Velzen going to make? Is it the 16s? Again, is that process
Keanu,
of 10, 15
72.
seconds. Is it a help or is it a hindrance? Let's find out.
He's opted for treble 20. That's 2 darts, it's double 6. Again, that little blow on the hands. But no mistake, and what a reaction from Keanu Van Velzen, a 4-3 victor over Dave Wazooi. A valiant effort once again from Wazooi, but was denied in a last leg decider once again. And you can see what it means to the family, you can see what it means to Keanu as he goes through to the semi-finals, taking Rob Grundy with him. There is the tail of the tape. As we said, the averages, they dipped towards the end, but it was thoroughly entertaining. And we go back to group number 1, where Dbridge takes on Tommy Morris.
We now get round to our Royal Rumble challenge.
Yeah, it is Royal Rumble night here at the Modus Super Series. Straight after the live darts tonight, we've got something rather different. Who will be the king of the ring? Find out, stay tuned after tonight's live action here on Pluto TV. Back to this evening, that's what they're playing for, the Modus Super Series trophy and of course a place at Champions Week. Mark Dbridge and Tommy Morris, well, they're already through to the semi-finals. This match just to determine who wins Group 1. And talking you through it, Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner. Who knows? They might appear in the Royal Rumble later on.
If you smell what the does is cooking. But really enjoyed what Tommy Morris was cooking in his first game because it was 7 minutes of absolute brilliance. He demolished Richie McKee by 4 legs to nil, and it really was Champions Week winning form. But you don't get through, you don't pick that trophy up by just one game. It's about consistency, and when you use the word consistency, that's when the word Mark Dbridge comes into the fore there, because he'll dominate the pace of this game, despite the fact that Tommy Morris
first leg, Mark to throw first.
will throw 3 darts as quick as any player in the world of darts. So this is an intriguing clash of styles, but Morris surely goes into this one as favourite.
Yeah, you can't say any different. He's gone into tonight as favourite, and he's backed it up with that opening performance. As you said, it was done and dusted in 7 minutes
100.
precisely. And he will not be hanging around, but this particular match, it's just playing for position, but there's such an advantage, isn't there, going into that semi-final. And it's not just the fact that, yes, you get the opportunity to throw first. It's the fact that you haven't dropped a game and the confidence that brings with it as well.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, I'm wondering if Morris is not wanting to play Grundy and Grundy not wanting to play Morris in the semi-finals, but Grundy wasn't as impressive in his game. That you really should just focus on what will be. Win your 2 games. I'm never a fan of, well, I lost my second game, but I already
82.
knew I was through. Because you don't ever go up there to play to lose. You know, you want to keep that winning feeling going.
100.
100%. And you speak to anyone, and even when they pick up the title, and that is what it's all about in the end. If they have dropped a game en route to winning, then they're never completely 100% satisfied.
Dbridge will be satisfied with this start because it's magic. Potential 13 darter.
43.
Didn't think I'd be saying, but Morris way
Mark
back.
require 32.
Just trying to find a route just to pop it over the top, and it's a well-found double 8 for Mark Dbridge. Takes the opener in 15.
Second leg, Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yep. When I think of Mark Dbridge, I go back to that success
60
that he had at the World Masters all the way back to, I think it was 2002 when he beat Tony West in that final. Steve Beaton, if my memory serves me right, in the semi-finals. I'm probably totally wrong with that, but it was sort of that era.
97.
It was certainly no flash in the pan because he then backed that up, didn't he, with that incredible run at the World Championships. The greatest player to ever pick up a dart. Stopped him being a PDC World Champion.
He's definitely
97
with a very enviable CV when you look at what he's done.
Yeah, my unfortunate memory of him, Laura,
136
is the World Seniors, because I drew him twice and lost to him. Well, you know the rest.
$60. Tommy require 170.
That's Morris this time, first down to a finish. It's not a finish he has to go for, but it is the ball left if he wants to.
132.
So much pace, absolutely no pause, no hesitation.
Now is the time. Smile on the face of Tommy Morris. And why not? Because he's in total control of this
40.
second leg. The only
Tommy
thing on his
requires
mind is,
38.
should I go direct or should I split? There's your answer for double 16.
6.
And that is sometimes the only thing I will say about Tommy Morris's game is that where he plays at such a pace, then he can sometimes be way off the target. He manages to adjust pretty quickly, but you saw from that first
87.
attempt at double 16,
Tommy, you require 32.
just pulls it a bit far.
No score.
I mean,
Mark, you
questions were
require
asked of Tommy
120.
about when it comes to big moments and why hasn't he won on a Saturday night. And if Dbridge hits this treble, don't
78.
expect it's 6 missed
Tommy,
starts
you
at a double
require
now, Laura.
32.
This one goes surely.
Yeah, perhaps a different target would be helpful,
Game
and
shot on the
ends
second
up
leg.
being so.
Tommy Morris.
A level game at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Mark 2 for row first. Game on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it Scotty Mitchell? Is he in the building as well tonight? I think it's him taking him back for
96.
county in the morning. I think he's off to Glamorgan in the morning. That's the commitment of these dart players and commentators.
100.
Yeah. I'm heading home tonight to get the train back down, and there is Scott Mitchell in the crowd watching on. And that's what you'll find with certain players, that they just love playing, and they will look at county.
100.
They will obviously look at the ADC. They will look here to the Modus Super Series, and they just want to make the most of every
140.
opportunity.
Yeah, I often talk about the fact that, in the north, it's big business. Every single player who goes to the ADC vaults, every player who plays county darts, the pathway, to professional darts now includes
41.
the Modus Super Series. And, when you're up there and when you're getting success as well, it's just a brilliant feeling.
131.
I'm sure that visit there would have been a brilliant feeling for Tommy Morris, who's down to a potential 3-dart checkout after just 9 darts. He was caught on the back foot slightly by that 15 darter it ended up being from Dbridge in the opener, but true to form, he's bounced straight
81.
back.
Tommy, you require
Yes, he's
130.
had success on a Saturday night, as Mark Dbridge. But you
94.
feel tonight is about Tommy Morris. Group A, he was wonderful. The opening game of tonight, he was terrific. And he's dealt with that first leg 15 darter from Dbridge, and he could be seconds away here from taking real control in this match.
Tommy required 36.
That is beautiful setup play from Mark Dbridge. But
Game
it's all
on the third
academic
leg.
as
Tommy
Tommy
Morris.
Morris finds a breaker throw.
Fourth leg, Tommy 2 for row first. Game on.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but yet to have seen the machine gun
180.
from Tommy Morris.
Oh, let me tell you, there was an extraordinary montage that I saw regarding him and Matt Clark. Matt Clark started imitating the Tommy gun. And then all of a sudden, Tommy Morris was doing
100.
the Superman. It was hilarious from my point of view anyway.
140.
Well, this is some leg from Tommy Morris already.
Yes, it's proper darts
57.
this. 181 after 6 darts, which equates to that 180-140 start. May move.
61.
It's an inviting first start, though, for Mark Dbridge.
100. Tommy, you require 120.
Well, the way he's playing, you'd have to fancy it.
Game
And it
shot on
does
the
go.
fourth leg.
It's rapid, it's
Tommy
quick, and
Morris.
it's brilliant.
Fifth leg, Mark 2 for row first. Game on.
Tommy Morris in this match just getting better and better leg by leg. That was 12 darts, including that 3-figure out.
95. $100.
How much is still in the tank for Mark Dbridge? He is through. to the semi-finals. But who will he play?
125.
That will determine who tops the group. But for Morris, you just get the
91.
sense right now, Laura. I don't think he cares who he plays. I think it's in his hands.
No, and that's the best attitude to have, because to be fair, we've got Rob Grundy and Keanu Van Velzen coming up next, and that is a result that potentially could go either way. So regardless of how this match goes, nothing is decided yet. You just rather just stamp
81.
your authority on the match, on the
Mark, you
evening.
require 141.
To reduce the deficit, and time on his side here. 6 darts on this one, 4-1. So can't finish. But he can make himself a
55.
massive favour for this. It just leaves the door slightly ajar for Morris. But he needs a big one.
59.
No big
Mark, you
treble
require
found.
86.
So Dbridge here to go within one leg of Tommy Morris. Well, he went for
38.
a single 18 to leave the ball, but
Tommy, you require
bit of a
170.
slip with the second.
Yeah, the smile was on his
130.
face. The ball would have gone.
Mark, you
That's the
require
mood he's in
48.
tonight. When you're playing darts with a smile on your face, it's great to see.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But it's a holder throw for Mark
Mark
Dbridge, who just handballs up to the hockey. Retrieves his
6th leg,
darts.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a couple of times he's just trying to loosen the arm. Dbridge, I don't
100.
openly admitted this week that, yes, he went to Q school. He went to challenge tour, but he ain't getting any time whatsoever to practice these days. It's almost like when he gets into a Group C or a Group B, that the more darts he's playing, the better he
42.
feels he's going to get, and then he can try and peak on a Saturday night. Well, he hasn't played bad tonight. He's through to the semi-finals, and there's still all to play
100.
for. But Morris taking control of what could be, and looks likely to be the deciding leg.
And sometimes when things just aren't going your way, then that feeling, it's just amplified when your dart bounces out. Especially when you see your opponent pin the treble 20 with the first dart straight after.
Yeah, it's an awful feeling, isn't it, Laura, when you turn around, you're hoping to see a dart go in the one and it's plumbing the treble 20.
100.
Even a ton's not enough at the moment. Morris, you feel, is 6 darts away from topping this Group 1.
133.
And again, that punishing 2 treble combination from Tommy Morris means he's on the cusp of topping this group.
177.
Dbridge will
Tommy
keep on
requires
fighting.
68.
He's down to a finish. Will he be back? Match dart.
43.
It's clattered, didn't it, into
Mark, you
that
require
second
142.
dart. Big deflection into the single 7 and an opportunity for Dbridge, but not one he's able to take.
65. Tommy, you require 25.
Tommy Morris was labelled the favourite tonight.
9.
Yeah, and it's 3 match darts coming on there for Tommy Morris. And
Mark,
wow,
you require
Dbridge doing a bit of dad
77.
dancing.
Shabba.
That's double 5 to level it up, to go the distance.
Game
And
shot on the
maybe
6th leg.
it's all about the fancy footwork,
Mark
Glenn,
Dbridge.
because it seems to have done the trick.
Never mind dart, coach. I'm going to take some dance lessons.
7th and final leg. Mark to
Well, we've
throw
had the bow
Game
from
on.
both of them. But it's Dbridge with ever such a slight advantage here.
Yeah, it's that strange scenarios that commentate as well, where you feel like you've been talking a lot about Tommy Morris, but Mark Dbridge has just quietly but effectively got on with his
85.
job. It's turned out to be a really tidy game. Morris with a big smile on his face. He knows he's got
40.
more to come, but it goes back to what me and Laura mentioned earlier. You don't want to go into the semi-finals on the back of a defeat.
No, you don't. Not at all. 2 really well thrown darts, but it's awkward. And that great
97.
adjustment with the last, picking off the treble 19.
140.
He came into this week in probably the form of his life, Tommy Morris. It feels like it's now is the time for him, but Dbridge He's just one of those characters. Tough to beat, hurt you. You think you're getting on top of him, then he just pings that treble with the last start.
140.
A consecutive 140 visits for Tommy Morris. But Dbridge, if he can find something similar, will be on the edge of a victory himself.
86.
That could have been better.
It's awkward. It's a sensible option to switch for Tommy Morris.
136.
For the match. Not to beat. And Morris returns, and that treble 19 with the last start again once again demonstrates 84. That Dbridge is the ultimate fighter. Bullseye. What a way to win it. Tommy Morris is in a rich vein of form right now, and everything he touches turns to gold. He hit the sweetest bullseye for a finish in his first game, and a bullseye to win it. He's got a smile on his face. He's been made favourite tonight to win it. And you can see with those numbers wise, excellent finishing at the end there for Tommy Morris. A brilliant bull, round about that 90 average. 2 wins out of 2. Who does he play in the semi-final? That'll be determined with our next game. It's Van Velzen versus Grundy.
9-dart finish.
Come on, Richie. Beautiful.
But he couldn't quite find it. Did he react with utter disappointment and disdain?
This for 3 wins out of 3. What
Game
a
shot.
dart.
Scott in replicating Tommy's iconic celebration, and that seemed to spur Tommy on, to say the least.
Bit of a giggle about it. Game shot. And a
And a huge
Keanu
sense
Van
of
Velzen.
relief.
Yeah, there's been a fair bit of peacockery going on, hasn't there? On week 2 of the Modus Super Series 13. The players having fun on the Super Series stage, but serious business when it comes to Saturday. Rob Grundy, well, he knows where the cameras are, and so does his opponent. They know where the semi-finals are as well. They're both heading towards them. The winner of this match, so, will win the group and avoid that semi-final showdown with the in-form Tommy Morris. That could be key. Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner will guide you through the action.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, interesting. These two have met already in Group A. Head-to-head count. It is 2-1 in favour of Rob Grundy, but that means nothing now. As Chris just said, they are both through, but they're going to want to go through in the same vein as Tommy Morris, topping the group and just avoiding the most informed player
Thank you,
of
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
evening
First
so
leg,
far.
Keanu to throw first.
Don't know
Game
what you
on.
think, Glenn, but it's an interesting match for me because neither of them have been. It's not been plain sailing so far for either of them tonight.
96.
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of relief that they're through, but I think also in the back of their mind, though both players say it wasn't, but the winner of this game will play Mark Dbridge in the semi-finals, and I think they'd prefer that as an option and maybe take Tommy on in the final. But as a dart player, you would never admit that.
100.
You would answer, oh, I don't care who I play.
Yeah, to be in the mind of a dart player, it's not always the best place to be in, let's be totally
98.
honest.
Well, we felt it was going to be Grundy or Morris tonight, but if anyone was going to come through the pack, Van Velzen was, because of the crowd, because of that enthusiasm, that talent that he's got.
85.
So it's in his hands now. Like I say, you play this game where you know you're through, so you should be relaxed. It is your opportunity to produce your best darts. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes.
It will be indeed, and you have to give kind of credit to Dave Wazooi, the third player who hasn't made it through to the semi-finals, pushing both Grundy and Van Velzen in their group stage matches. But again, Van Velzen,
140.
he had the explosive first leg against Wazooi, and then a really solid last leg to see him across the line.
The best I've seen of Wazooi has been
85.
tonight, and isn't that darts? It's the 2 games he's lost tonight. Despite the fact he went 3 out of 3, he had a real purple patch, but I thought tonight he was terrific. He can hold his head up high.
$60.
Well, Van Velzen not on a finish by way of hitting 85.
98.
Yes, there's a term in
Robbie
darts
require 116.
by the name of aimer. And you could have a photograph of this man because he stands there for 2 or 3 seconds, looks at the target and aims. Stands, looks at the target for a double 18 and for a 1-0 lead. The aimer
Game's on the
leads
first leg.
1-0.
Rob Grundy.
I don't know what you think, but
Second
I
leg,
felt Rob
Rob
Grundy, when he
to
came
throw
out in his
first.
first match against
Game
Wazooi,
on.
he didn't ever look particularly settled. He's come out here and he just looks far more comfortable.
Yeah, might be crossing the line here for Rob, but he just, when he arrived later than he would like to, we like our preparation. We like it to be
97.
right. And he felt it just left it a little bit too late to get to the venue. And he used that word, I don't feel settled, Glenn. He said, but I've got an hour or so to get myself settled. So
100.
maybe that is the case. Maybe he's got away. There's a lot of relief that he got through that first game. And we might see the best of him now.
And it's something the players have to manage when they come here. I mean, Rob Grundy's been here before and he's picked up a title here before, but you do have to allow for the other things that happen when you're at the Super Series and you're in the final. So the interviews, the chats, the conversations, you need to allow that little bit more time just to mitigate
96.
other things that might crop up.
Yes, I nearly fell foul of that at the World Championships myself at Alexander Palace, because it can be up an hour, 2 hours. If you're Michael Van Gerwen or Luke Littler, you're doing a couple of hours worth of media before you even sort of get yourself settled in there.
60.
Yeah, I think for the likes of someone like Keanu Van Velzen this time at the World Championships, he was getting in like 5 hours before his match just because he wanted enough time that he could kind of just settle
140.
in, do his preparation and make sure that at no point he was feeling rushed.
Yeah, it takes your time, and it's interesting to say that for Keanu Van Velzen. Marvin Van Velzen's story was the fact that the first time he came here, he didn't do very well. But what he
60.
did do is what time, he knows what time to get to the venue. He knows what time he should do this. He knows how to prepare for a game. Sometimes it can take a debut winner, and Jose Justicia did not play well this week. And I'd love to see him back, because I think he's learned lessons.
95.
Well, Rob Grundy hasn't really built on that early break that he found in leg number 1.
60.
Also, the fact that Van Velzen has
Keanu
responded
requires
very
70.
nicely here. We'll be looking at that treble 18. It doesn't seem to be going to that table. I decided to go the tops way.
That is sometimes the problem, though, when you go that route.
50.
That's second. If you don't find the treble
Rob,
10,
you require
then you
164.
can block the tops target with the second dart.
It's a difficult one. If you can get the first one in, you would try and replicate the same target area, because 2 treble 19s would have left the bullseye. But I like that. That's
64.
good board management. At least you're leaving yourself a
Keanu,
2-darter
require
if
20.
there's a slip from Van Velzen.
Game shot on the second leg.
Finds double 5,
Keanu
and
Van
if you
Velzen.
recall his previous match with double 5 left, he opted to bust, but sensible
Third
play
leg,
with
Keanu
Grundy on
to
ton.
Farouk first. Game on.
Yeah, I think the best incident I remember was it Mensa Sulovic when he was on a 161, 164, 167, and Van Gerwen decided
135.
to bust. And I think that for me that was an iconic moment.
Well, I've had it happen against me previously, and I'm sure people may have done something similar to yourself, Glenn.
134.
How much you really want to hit it, just punish them in that moment. It's a totally different feeling. It's not even about winning the leg, it's about showing them, don't underestimate me.
At the back end of my career, when I was on 32, people would still bust it. That's a perfect dart. Look how flat that dart is. His eye line, you can see the lean that he has on that throat. From the first dart to the last, that sense like a maximum.
That Rob Grundy's first maximum, not just of the match, but of the evening.
Yeah, he's a proper player, Van Velzen. I wasn't so sure. Part of me was thinking he's going to excel with a crowd. That seems to be the case, but again, this is a lovely game. Both players finding the rhythm nicely, finding the treble nicely. Still on throat.
83. Keanu, you require 86.
This to double his leg tally. And it's a slip. Whether he was chasing the treble or not, he's not found a big 18. So Grundy, we know he can take out these big checkouts. We've seen it throughout the week.
38.
So
Rob,
many
you
options
require
on 104.
104.
Where Modus here starting the 16s. More traditional. And the problem with that, doesn't look like it on there, but he is covering that treble 8. He is covering that treble 8. Look at that. So that's the eye line there he's got. So hence the reason he's moved right to the left and he doesn't fancy it. Is there some way he can get through? There's the option of the bullseye with a second dart.
Well, it's double 13.
Game shot on the
What
third leg.
a finish from Rob Grundy. The 104, not the traditional route, Glenn.
Well, he covered it,
Fourth
made the right
leg,
decision to
Rob 2
move, but I thought the
first.
only other option really
Game
on
on.
86 was the bullseye. But of course, treble 20 is the most common target area. Sensible play from Grundy. He leads 2-1 with a break.
Yeah, and ultimately every double is the same size. We all have our favourites. We all have the ones that we tend to lean towards, mostly because of just correct board management. But as you say, they're all, if it goes, then fair play.
58.
He's beginning to look good, isn't he?
100.
I just felt tonight's been all about Tommy Morris. Mark Dbridge nearly put a spanner in the works in that game. Grundy was a warm second favourite going into tonight. Didn't really demonstrate all his qualities in his opening game. But right now, he's averaging over 94. Looking really solid.
100.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need, a solid performance.
140.
I like him. Yeah, I've watched him play a lot of games this week as well, and I was even undecided going into tonight. You can understand why he's doing so well on the development too, and understand that he's got that background about him. He's dealt with
60.
He's dealt with the whole issue of his brother being so successful on that stage as well.
Yeah, and I think he's one of those people, and you hear him speak about Marvin Van Velzen and, his relationship with his brother, that he actually takes
55.
inspiration from it. Doesn't feel the pressure that you
require 144.
might naturally do, but he's actually drawn on the experience of Marvin and probably asked him quite a few questions about what to expect from here.
Well, I asked Marvin questions as Grundy looks at this 144. This is beautiful.
108.
That would have been a stunner.
Keanu, you require 149.
Treble 19 for double 16 for a 149. What a finish from Van Velzen.
Keanu Van Velzen. Fifth leg, Keanu to Faro first.
I don't know me Dutch for great darts. But you
Game
can see
on.
there's Dutch supporters, they're absolutely delighted. 149 is difficult because you're manoeuvring around the board on the double 16. You've got an opponent sat in double 18. Magic darts, inspirational darts.
And not just that, on double 18, just missed the double 18 for a 144 checkout himself. But what I liked about that, there was no hesitation. That rhythm, he just made sure he kept it going. You have some players, a bit like Rob, that are what you'd call Amy. And then you have those feel players like your Lisa Ashtons that just go with the rhythm.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I'm sure
59.
Rob would love to throw a dart with rhythm. We love to watch players who, I always call it the Michael Smith effect, where they just make the game look ridiculously easy. Rob's a hard-working player. He's grafted around the local northeast area for many years.
100.
And just once again shows you there's a lot of talk about age is no barrier, the success of all these young players coming through that. Maybe, just maybe, the best years of Grundy to come.
140.
I think it's one of the things that you see here at the Super Series, isn't it, is the different styles of throw. And ultimately, there's not really any right or wrong way. You can be fast, you can be slow, you can aim, you can feel, you can have rhythm, but it's what works for you. And it's being able to replicate it time and time again.
I changed my whole theory about
137.
throws and coaching. Even within 3 years of sort of research and things, then you spot on instinct. When you first pick up a dart, you've then got to nurture that. You don't get somebody and change them based on your thoughts and principles out to throw a dart.
Now, I always liken it now to how you would hold a pen. And when someone starts writing, you can just show them the basics, but everything else is very natural, and you work on the other things around it. For me in darts, one of the things that I will always, not always criticise, but is stance. I think that's so important.
Game showing the fifth leg.
Wonderful,
Keanu
wonderful
Van Velzen.
dart of Van Velzen. A 149 finish. a 70
Sixth
finish.
leg, Rob 2 for
This
first.
is terrific.
Come on.
And right at this moment, Keanu Van Velzen is averaging 98.22. And the one noticeable thing for me here, Laura, is the fact that he's not messing around too much with this water tail before he was thrown. I just felt he was guilty in the previous match of just maybe going too slow.
Yeah, I mean, that 149, as we mentioned, it was speedy. There was no hesitation. There was none of that breathing on the hands or stopping and taking a step back. And maybe it's because he knows he's through. He's playing with a little bit more freedom that's allowing him not to overthink.
And the good thing for the winner of this game is that they won't be on in the next
100.
game. They won't be playing Tommy Morris. I mean, there'll be people out there who'll say, no, well, you're going to have to beat Tommy Morris before you win the title. Why not next? But it's the fact that you'll be on quite soon after this game as well. So
97.
you can see the reason why both these players want it so much, and you can see the reason why the averages are so good.
Yeah, Van Velzen's average creeping ever so slowly towards the ton mark. Yeah, you don't have a great deal of time. If this is the match that you're in, if you do lose, you kind of have to lick those wounds really quickly and get over it, because you don't have long before you're straight back up.
So certainly takes away the theory where the pair of them are going into it without too much on the mind about this one. They want to win it because they want to top the group. They want to keep their unbeaten run going, and they probably want to play in the second semi-final.
Well, it's a long-range finish for Van Velzen, but they haven't proved problematic so far in this particular match.
A lot of the talk has been about Van Velzen. He really has impressed tonight. And there was a real spark when he hit that 149 finish earlier. This may take the roof off. It's not going to be for plan A, but plan B would to be a find a treble or two, and he does that.
Probably require 110.
Big moments.
Real measured approach again from Rob Grundy. Treble 18 would have left double 18, but as it stands, Van Velzen back for 74.
And let's just have a look, Laura, how long he takes from that water table and the touching of the feet and the process.
74.
Because the quicker he's been, the better he's been. He looks composed. Big 16, match dart, double top.
$34.
And the only thing there was a pause. It was a big pause. 56. It was a big moment for him to try and find a way to win. But when he's hit the 70 and hit the 149, there was no pause, no hesitation. And this is a must-take opportunity, you feel, for Rob Grundy.
Game shot on the
True to form, no issue whatsoever. It's another match that goes the distance.
Yes, we've waxed lyrical about the scoring between them. We've talked about the 149 finish and the 116 finish, but the checkout ratio between them is beautiful. 6 from 10 between the two. And this has been a proper game of darts. It really has.
You have to argue that these are two of the players that performed the best in their relative groups that they came through. You have the dominance of Rob Grundy in Group B over every other competitor, but you had Van Velzen, who came through in a very different route, dominated in the first day, but it was a very tight and tough group to come through. Group C, for me, historically, it's always a bit of a battle to get through it.
Yes, he's on a 9-match winning streak at the moment, is Rob Grundy.
85.
This has been his toughest assignment. The crowd are engrossed, they're enthralled. Still difficult to pick a winner from here. Van Velzen, the slight favourite, and if Grundy goes trebleless here, does 59. He become a big favourite?
That's a great first start. Backed up with the second, and he'll settle for the 140, trust me.
Yes, we learn about players here at the Modus Super Series. We see their strengths, we see their weaknesses. We unearth the talent in Marvin Van Velzen. Are we witnessing 45. Something very, very special with his brother?
There is Marvin watching on. As you say, the whole crowd engrossed in this match.
125.
And with Marvin, he knows it's in his own hands when he's on the stage. He's probably throwing every single dart for Keanu, but I tell you what, I don't think he's got too many worries. He has looked $1 million in this game.
I can honestly tell you, having been on both sides, it is far worse to watch someone than it is to be up there and play yourself.
140.
Will Grundy be tasting defeat for what will feel
Keanu
like a long, long time? He's played with real panache. He looks at double top. It's the pause again. But it's double 10 for the performance of the night. Keanu Van Velzen has impressed. It's big smiles all round. And why not? Because that was a proper game of darts. Rob Grundy will have to dust himself down. He'll be back on in semi-final one, a mouth-watering semi-final one. Look out for that. Do not miss that. But look at those numbers. Keanu Van Velzen has maybe just demonstrated all the qualities that he has. That 149 was pretty special. Super, super darts. You sense that this has to go for Lewis. He's got a chance at double 16. Just a little look over, focus on the double, brilliant, and listen to the crowd. He has got a big following in it.
For tops. He's done it again. Rinse and repeat. Johnny Haynes.
That's going to leave double top for our first ton plus, and he has hit it. Fantastic.
Double 20. It's Scott Campbell, the Brave.
And the Series 10, week 6, Modus Super game. Third chance he gets. And it's going to be double 16. Oh, faithful he fires. But he has a break a throw.
I'm sure he'll quite fancy this. He's got the first one. He needs to miss that dart, which he does, either side, and finds it lovely. Thank you very much.
He's really found his aim right now for double 14. That's what I'm talking about.
Here to not mess about and just to hopefully win this title.
Bullseye is there to be hit, and the bullseye is hit.
But there's one that really stands out for me. I'm going to give you a series winner for 2026. Steve Lennon.
Another week at the Modus Super Series and another stacked lineup. Archie Self, the teenage talent, joined by, well, the hotly tipped Steve Lennon, making his debut at the Live Lounge on Monday. Scott Campbell has had success here before himself. Radek Jaganski in action in that group as well. And other names that have been successful here: Paul Hogan, Johnny Haynes, Tommy Lishman, who's hit a 9-darter on the stage. Everywhere you look, Laura, there is plenty of talent, isn't there?
It's unbelievable. I didn't know if this was a preview for like a Champions Week, I'll be totally honest, because, yeah, you try and pick a winner out of that. I mean, everyone will look at that and think, right, this is going to be a hard week. It's going to be a tough week. Whoever picks up the title, they're really going to have to earn it.
Yourself and Matthew Egger were talking about Steve Lennon a bit last week. Looking forward to seeing if he lives up to the hype.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what we've said before, when players come here and they've just fallen off the Pro Tour. And Steve Lennon, don't forget, has been on it for quite some time. It's how they adjust to the Super Series. It's game after game. It's round robin. It's different. So I've got no doubt, obviously, Steve Lennon, the quality of player that he is, will adjust well. But doing it for potentially 6 days in a row, it's not always easy.
No, absolutely. Right, let's get back to this evening's action then and remind you what has happened in the group stages. It started with an absolute whitewash, stunning performance from Tommy Morris, and then after that all the games got pretty close. Rob Grundy 4-3 against David Wazooi. He then went down by the same scoreline to Keanu Van Velzen. Might find himself a little bit unlucky to not have picked up a win. Morris winning the group in Group 1 with that 4-3 win over Dbridge, but then it went the other way. Rob Grundy going down 4-3 to Keanu Van Velzen, and that means that they're going to play each other in the semi-finals. We thought it would be a collision course tonight for the final. It never works out like that, does it, Glenn? And this first semi-final is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, we must have been in the zone in the comms box, because I didn't even realise how tight the games were, all night. It's just been a night of pure quality, and the quality was ramped up at the end. That was a blisteringly good game, and Keanu Van Velzen really did come, but that is a mouth-watering semi-final. Rob Grundy versus Tommy Morris is the expected final. Morris has been the better player of the night. Grundy hasn't had long to sort of prepare himself for this, but how many times have we sort of already written our own conclusion? Grundy will have to come out fighting.
How impressed have you been with Tommy Morris? Because he had the 2 days off. We all know about the curse of Group A by now, but he turned up as if he had been playing Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, they just didn't feel like he'd been away at all, as you say. It started off that 4-0 win. It was in 7 minutes, 7 minutes exactly. There was just absolutely nothing to kind of, there was no question marks over how Tommy Morris was going to perform after that first match. Yeah, and he just looks so happy. He's enjoying it. He's playing with a smile on his face. And for me, that's a really dangerous version of Tommy Morris. Yeah, it certainly is. Mark Dbridge going through with him doesn't really matter that he lost that game. And it might matter even less now, because his semi-final is not the opponent he expected. Yeah, probably thought I was going to win the game and avoid the player he didn't want to play there. I've enjoyed his performances all week. When I spoke to him before the dart was thrown tonight, I almost sort of told him off that he's playing better than he thinks. But the strong attribute that he's demonstrating is how calm he's been. There was played with a lot of smiles on that, but an awful lot of quality. He'll fancy his chances in that semi-final, but it's going to be a clash of styles again. Yeah, it certainly is. And the other group, we'll just talk about that for a moment. Rob Grundy, maybe not as explosive as he was last night, but he's still there, isn't he? He's still a big threat. Yeah, he's done enough, hasn't he? He did all the damage really by winning that first match. People come with expectations. Obviously, Rob Grundy is another one that's come off the Pro Tour. He's had big wins over his last couple of years there as well. But when you've seen someone play to the level that they have, especially in Group B, winning 8 out of 8, and then just seemed to struggle, didn't settle in that first match very quickly at all, and then got caught on the back foot, but he's done enough.
In many ways, do we have to say that the player of the night so far has been Keanu Van Velzen?
Absolutely, because the one good game that Rob Grundy did play tonight was against Van Velzen and lost the game. And I wasn't sure, Chris, I wasn't sure that he had these types of performances, but he's been superb. He's got great back in there. But he's once again highlighted all the skills that he's about. He's been very, very impressive. The 149 in particular was stunning.
It would be an interesting story, wouldn't it, if the roles were to be reversed, because he was first on the stage when Marvin Van Velzen won his Champions Week, and Marvin is there ready to celebrate with him tonight if he can go all the way.
There's definitely going to be expectation that if Keanu gets across the line tonight, then Marvin needs to be up there first, because he needs to pay it back to his brother. But I think as well for Keanu, having Marvin here, it's just another one. He's looking out to the crowd. He's kind of using them. He's trying to settle himself down up there because he is a real pumped up player. He has a lot of adrenaline at key moments. So just an interesting dynamic that we're seeing from him tonight compared to the rest of the week.
Let's just remind you of the semi-finals then. As we said, the one that many thought might be the final tonight is going to be the first semi, then Keanu Van Velzen taking on Mark Dbridge. Just a question on that second one before we look ahead to this blockbuster first, Ben. Mark Dbridge, we've seen all week Keanu Van Velzen hitting big shots, winning matches, really giving it some, and a lot of the time his opponent has reacted. Don't expect Mark Dbridge to fall into that trap, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't think you'd be giving it too much, because I think the style of Dbridge is very similar to the style of Grundy. Now, if I was in a position of Keanu Van Velzen, I'd be saying to myself, this is a very similar matchup. Let's just deal with Dbridge like I did Grundy. And he didn't over-celebrate. There was the occasional fist pump, so it's in his hands. He seems to like playing the more slower players to go through his processes. He's a big chance.
Tommy Morris has never made a final. He's been very, very good here several times. It does feel like there's something different about him this week, but this is going to be a huge challenge against Rob Grundy, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's probably, as we've mentioned before, not the semi-final he would have been expecting just based on the performances throughout the week. But again, he's played him already this week. It's just another game to try and navigate, but it's going to be tough. Obviously, if Rob Grundy turns up like he was in Group B, then Tommy Morris is going to have to, start really strong. But I like what I'm seeing from Tommy. He just seems really confident up there.
And he did dominate that Group A, so he has got that little advantage over Grundy in that sense, I suppose.
He has, but like I say, it's a one-off game now between them, and it's really important that they keep their belief there. But Morris has been impressive.
Right, come on, let's have your final predictions. Which two do you expect to be contesting it?
I'll pick the second game.
Yeah, I'll do the first. I think Tommy Morris gets through the first.
Versus?
Van Velzen.
There we go. They have spoken, and it is time now to find out. The semi-finals are about to get underway.
What a way to win it. Tommy Morris. Same process. Will it be the same answer? Job done.
And a match, Rob Grundy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's semi-final time. Please welcome for our first semi-final with both players from England. From Dorset, the gun, Tommy Morris. And from Hartlepool, the grenade, Rob Grundy!
Yeah, referee Andrew Culling announcing the players to the stage there, and it should be explosive, shouldn't it? Quite fitting to go with their nicknames. Tommy the Gun Morris, first to the hockey, having won Group 1. He's got the advantage of having the throw in this opening semi-final. The grenade, Rob Grundy, looking to return to the Super Series, return to the final, and return to the winner's circle. Something that Tommy has never done before. 8 times he's found himself at finals night. Can he take that next step this evening? We're about to find out in the company of Laura and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. Really looking forward to this one, and as you mentioned there, that this was the expected final. And it hasn't happened to be, but you just have a real sense that between the two players, they'll feel the winner of this game. They will hope to go on to win it there, but a clash of styles. Again, we've talked about the fact that Tommy is lightning quick, and Rod Grundy has once again demonstrated the fact that he does take his time when he throws a dart. They know each other. You know, they've played each other 3 times this week, with Tommy Modus winning 2 of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Tommy to throw first.
A brilliant Group A campaign. But you play all week for moments like this. Morris just looks on a different level tonight.
Yeah, he does. But the one thing that I will say about their meeting so far this week, they've all run pretty close. A couple of 4-3s and a 4-2. And it would be quite fitting for an evening that we've had so far, barring that 4-0 win that Tommy Morris had over Richard McKee.
93.
Again, everything has just been tight, really close.
I know when they showed us the slide of the results, I was sort of surprised. I think we've all been in the zone tonight because the concentration levels, even in the comms box, has been on the quality of the matches tonight. And I don't anticipate the dip in this one and the other semi-final to come.
And it's like anything. We've kind of touched on this previously,
56.
but sometimes you can commentate on a game and it may not be the highest scoring, may not be the highest averages or highest finishes, but if it's close, if it's competitive, if it's dramatic, there's missed doubles and missed opportunities, that sometimes makes it all the more interesting.
Yep, classic match play is what we've seen tonight, but we've seen some real quality, and it's been a beautiful start here from Tommy Morris.
57.
All the time in the
Tommy
world on this
139
and so many options. 79 points left.
99.
It's so quick. It's so good. The precision and accuracy for a player playing that quick has to be admired, Laura.
100%. It's done well. 139 is one of those really awkward combination shots. You're chasing it all around, but he's left tops after 12.
60. Tommy require 40. Game shot in the
13
first
darter.
leg. Tommy Morris.
Beginning to run out of
Second leg,
superlatives
Rob to
here
throw
for
first.
Tommy Morris,
Game
a
on.
player who's been on a Saturday night 8 times, but it just feels like this is a different version. This feels like a super confident player who knows he's in that purple patch that dart players just dream of.
Yeah, maybe 9th time is the charm. And as for Rob Grundy, he's the only player now left in the field who has actually had success up on that Super Series stage.
100.
And as a methodical player myself, I would have preferred to play someone more methodical than a lightning quick Ricky Evans, Tommy Morris, because I just don't think Rob Grundy's getting time to think about his dart. He stands behind, he touches his flights. It's almost the only way to deal with that is if you walk to and from the hockey quicker, but that just means that Tommy Morris gets quicker.
Yeah, I'm not a player that's particularly fast or particularly slow when it comes to how I throw, but I know exactly what you mean. I've played some really super fast players before, and although you don't break your own rhythm, you don't break your pace when you step up to the hockey, you just get
59.
dizzy. You feel like you're just throwing again and again and again.
And it's almost like you don't want to slow the player down as well. I mean, there's so many things go through your mind right now, but I think the only thing going through Tommy Morris's mind was probably what was going through his mind in Series 8 when he lifted the title.
And it's interesting because of the conversation that we've just had. This time, Grundy goes over to the table and just gives himself a few more seconds before he approaches the hockey.
30.
But then you're affecting your rhythm, as you allude to. You hit 30, and it can be a real mind bender up there, but when you're as fluent as Tommy Morris is right now, I mean, this is against the darts. He's 105 points away to being 2-0 up in less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, you become that player that's searching for something, don't you? If it's not quite clicking, you think, right, if I slow down here, maybe I'll do that. As soon as you start thinking about what you're meant to be doing, for some players, the game's gone.
60.
And just the demeanour now, the body language of Grundy is not positive. Double 16.
73. Rob, you require
Second big combination shot
170.
missed by Tommy Morris, but it's Grundy with a chance for the 170.
Well, there was a moment in the previous game, a 1-4-9 finish when Grundy was sat on 36. He'd have gone on to win the game, that I'm assured. Is it a 170 from Grundy to get him going? Because for the majority of this match, it's been all Morris. But it only takes a moment.
139. Tommy requires
Frustration
32.
etched on the face of Rob Grundy. It was a great effort,
Games
but
on
it's
the
punished
second leg.
again by Tommy Morris.
I think you don't even have time to be disappointed to hear
Third
the
leg,
game
Tommy
shot.
to Faro first. Game on.
It's one of those ones where you're walking back, you haven't even made the table, and you hear game shot happen behind you.
100.
I remember that conversation that we had, Laura, where the best dart players are not thinking. Well, he's got time to, you stood there thinking, what can I do differently? Because this is going so badly wrong. Where's that player that was just cruising through 8 out of 8? And sometimes you've got to give respect to your opponent, or you can dust yourself down and you produce your 12 darter.
136.
And we know the levels that Grundy's got. We've seen it, especially in Group B, but yeah, it's producing it in the moment when things haven't gone quite to plan. And if you are, like you say, that more methodical player, not only have you got less time to think behind, you've got more time to think when you're playing and when you're throwing.
140.
Demonstrating quality. We called him granite this week. That resilience, that fight, well,
98.
it's been tested here. It really is, because Morris, once again, after 9 darts, is down to a finish. He's averaging over 105 at the moment.
Yeah, and Grundy not done much wrong in this particular leg, back-to-back 140s, but he's still on the back foot.
$100. Can we please try and not, wherever it is on that's banging on the table, can you please stop that? Thank you. Tommy, you require 167.
For a 3-0 lead.
59. Rob, you require 121.
Well, Grundy narrowly missed the 170 on the ball in the previous leg. How we'd like to find the 1-2-1. Not just to break the throat, not just to get a leg on the board, but maybe it's the spark he's looking for.
It was a quick look to the scoreboard because he wanted to start on the 25 and bolt. But it's gone the
40.
traditional route. And even
Tommy
the things that were going his way when they were just creeping into the treble 20 are going the other way now. 70 points left.
48. Rob, you require 81.
Stop laughing at me. I'm not as match sharp as I used to be. Has to go for the 12. How aggressive on the treble. Very. Double 13. He knows the importance of this one. Is it too long?
55.
Just the width of a
Tommy
wire
requires
away.
60.
And it's tops for 3-0. Tommy Morris needs a big adjustment.
50.
Maybe the first little sign of weakness there
Rob,
for
you
Tommy.
require 26.
Just a little touch there. We often talk about the fact that you begin to see the winning line, and when Tommy Morris is leading a game 3-0 at the moment, there's no coming back. That's a
Game's
great
on the
dart.
third leg.
That can
Rob
get a
Grundy.
little bit smelly if you start hitting the big 13 and having to travel
Fourth
around
leg,
the
Rob
board.
to Faro first.
And a
Game
breaker
on.
throw as well. Back on throw.
Yeah, everything about that leg just felt really big towards the tail end. Tommy Morris will be kicking himself. He had 2 clear darts. That's a double.
60.
Big 3 darty for Morris. He's had his first little bit of disappointment tonight.
180.
That's how you respond.
Perfect way to bounce back. First maximum of the match goes the way of Tommy Morris.
Well, if you look at the averages, there's only one player in this game. Over 20 points, Tommy Morris is ahead
60.
here. But it's on throw. The most important stat is that 2-1.
140.
And this goes to what we were saying, that yeah, we like to look at averages, and they're a great indicator, but they don't always tell the full picture, because if you looked at that on paper, you wouldn't have thought that Rob Grundy would have picked up a leg.
$140. 135.
Have you ever tried to throw that quick, Laura? It's an art in itself.
Yeah, maybe that's what we should do, like almost like a timed version. If you come in here, you have to throw within all your darts within 5 seconds.
Well, let's get the stop clock on here, because Morris has a potential
85.
11 darter here, and he's seen
Tommy,
his opponent
46.
berating himself. It was missed darts at tops and tens in the previous.
36.
You have to say that's been the only issue so far for Tommy Morris. Surely Grundy can't get this and get back level in this game, dominated by Morris.
Yeah, the tops and tens combination hasn't been ideal. Oh, another one in there though.
Fine margins, but he's making Morris wait.
85.
And we've talked about the fact that
Tommy
certain
required
darts
10.
at a double can get awkward. I don't even get a chance to get that sentence out, and it's game. And leg to Tommy Morris, he goes
Fifth
one
leg,
away.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Really polished performance, 99.70, and missed darts at a double.
100.
He looks in fine fettle.
And one of the key things I think with Tommy Morris is the darts that he's missing at a double, they're off the back of combination finishes, either big checkouts or the 60 that we saw in the previous leg. But when he's got 3 darts in hand, he's managed to hit on every occasion.
140.
Good response from Grundy.
100.
Grundy not watching a single dart that Tommy Morris is throwing. Just focusing on his own job. This is against the dart, remember, so you could do with another 140 here, because Morris is doing fine on throw.
60.
Well, he levels it up at 301 apiece, but back comes Tommy Morris.
100.
And it's one of those legs when you have the advantage of throwing first that, you know, one treble a visit, that could potentially be enough.
And we know if he misses the treble 20, he hits it just above. He's persevered with it.
60.
But that flat dart, he couldn't see an awful lot of that target. This is Tommy Morris's time right now. It's his to lose from here.
95.
You do have players that they are stubborn. They do try and stay at the same target, even if it is difficult. We have seen that already from Grundy tonight. It's in a really precarious position. And again, it's just gone high. It's awkward. But he finds a route through this time.
131. Tommy
Good
required
response from
106.
Grundy. But Morris has been magical. And Tommy Morris is a finalist for the first time here at the Modus Super Series. He is a man on a mission. He has been superb. That was the expected final. But Tommy Morris has still got work to do tonight. And for Rob Grundy, he's been tremendous. 8 from 8 in that Group B campaign was his highlight. But he was second best in that game. 99.80. Good on the doubles. Beautiful 106. He's through to the final. It's semi-final number 2 next. It's Van Velzen against Mark Dbridge.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and what is your final day of darts in January, and what a month it has been for Tommy Morris. Maybe a little bit of disappointment not making it through PDC Q School, but some excellent performances and results on the Challenge Tour means that he is going to be playing on the Pro Tour anyway, and what a start to his Super Series year as well. Morris through to his first final here in Portsmouth with a 4-1 win over his big rival tonight, Rob Grundy. Morris then awaits the winner of the next semi-final. It's Keanu Van Velzen against Mark Dbridge.
Again, that little blow on the hands. No mistake, and what a reaction. More chances to get across the line, and only one dart required for Mark Dbridge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action at the Modus Super Series live from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! Time for our second semi-final. Would you please welcome from the Netherlands, the Lion, Keanu Van Velzen, and from England, Flash, Mark Dbridge!
It looks like a little bit of a contrast in approaches to this one, doesn't it? Mark Dbridge was all fun and games, standing ready to walk on, but it was a real game face for his opponent, Keanu Van Velzen. He means business. And he walked away from Dbridge, got himself onto the stage first. Flash followed on. This is going to be interesting, isn't it? Dbridge does have the experience, of course, of reaching a final before. He did it in the previous series at the end of last year, and he's got a wealth of experience in the game of darts. He's played just about everywhere, and he's gone quite deep in most tournaments that he has played. And as for Keanu Van Velzen, this is his debut, and what a debut it's been so far. Is this fairy tale going to continue, or can Mark Dbridge make it through to tonight's finale and take on the rampant Tommy Morris? And we'll hand you back to Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that is the question. Who will be joining Tommy Morris in the final? None of the players now left in the field have actually picked up a title. Chris there mentioned that Mark Dbridge came ever so close at the back end of the last series. And as for Van Velzen, it's been a dream debut so far.
First leg, Keanu to
It's difficult. Again, we've got two different walk-ons. Two very contrasting styles. And again, it's another interesting lineup, but I've liked what I've seen from Van Velzen tonight.
Yeah, that was a nice touch between them as well, because talking to Wazooi earlier, Mark Dbridge has been an incredible support to him this week.
140.
Just a nice little touch there. I mean, it'll be business right now, but Van Velzen's impressed me. I love being proven wrong. I wasn't so sure that he had all the qualities to produce the goods he has tonight.
89.
But he goes into this one as favourite now, and sometimes that can bring its own pressures. But it would be a mouth-watering final whoever wins this game, because Tommy Morris has been sensational tonight.
100.
Yeah, this is the first hurdle to try and negotiate, but as you say, they might run into a bit of a wall when it comes to Tommy Morris, who produced the best average we've seen tonight in his 4-1 victory over Rob Grundy, averaging 93. Just shy of 100.
And one of the key attributes from Van Velzen in his
123.
Group C campaign was that first dart. As we often talk about, that first dart merchant, and you know they're good signs. But Dbridge, I felt he was talking himself down. You know, I spoke to him on Thursday, and he was like, "Well, you know, I'm enjoying the darts, but not getting the results." Tonight, he said, "Well, you know, I haven't played well." I think he's playing a lot better than he thinks, and if he just has a little bit more belief in himself,
60.
He could use that experience, Laura.
I totally agree. I think he did really well because he had Richard McKee coming back at him in his opening match. He was 3-0 up, and McKee pegged back to 3-2.
44.
He managed to hold
Johnny
on and get
requires
across the line
78.
4-2, and it was a tight game between him and Tommy Morris, pushing Tommy Morris to a deciding leg.
So it's tops for the opener for a 15 dart, hold a throw.
38.
But you were here during the week, and you were
57.
mentioning some of the kind of antics, I suppose, for want of a better word, of Van Velzen. You haven't seen any of that tonight.
Spot on. I thought you were going to say, what do you think of his antics tonight? And I'll say I've seen none. It's been business, and I'm just wondering if that's the effect of Marvin as well, who's spotted some of his weaknesses. Because he's letting the darts do the talking and takes the opening leg with a 17 dart hold to throw. They are delighted. And I'm sure that Marvin is very, very proud.
First. Game on.
He's kind of living every moment up on the stage, Van Velzen. The deep intake of breath, the pause. But
44.
I don't know if you noticed that there was a look out and a nod to his supporters in the crowd as well. The crowd, you mentioned it yourself. What would he do in front of a crowd? And I think having his family here is really helping.
100.
Yeah, someone used to say to me, one voice. That's all you need. You don't need the whole... That brought its own problems for Wazooi tonight. You know, he had an excellent contingent who were on his side. It's almost like you don't want to let them down.
140.
If you can just get them trusted people on your side. And as you picked up there, it was just a little look over to his girlfriend, his friends, his brother. Just a little nod of the head. It's almost to say, do you know what? I feel okay. I feel good. It's almost like don't panic. I'm all right.
$57.
First little reaction from Mark Dbridge, who clearly wasn't happy, especially with the lie of the darts, I think, with the Mark. The attempt at the treble 19.
57.
I can see Mark in the background just... It's funny for a dart player. It's every time you score 45, that's when you start feeling the aches and you don't seem to feel them aches and pains when you hit to 180.
60.
No, every player just looking for that. It's almost like you're trying to explain the reasoning. Right, okay, well, I've hit a low score, so maybe I'm a bit tight, maybe I'm not quite
39.
Throwing them properly.
These are chances here for Van Velzen. He's not really taken.
60.
Despite throwing darts of 12 so far, he's still on 248. If you can get a 140.
60. Mark, you require
Disappointing
140.
second leg after a really good opener.
Yeah, neither player really able to find any big, meaningful treble.
75.
But Dbridge bringing the ball into play. Oh, but there's that first dart again, Glenn.
85.
You're reading my mind once again there, Laura, but it hasn't happened, and maybe just putting this one down because on the throw of Dbridge, why does that happen so much when you go up to 65? I am telling you, hitting the bullseye on 65 happens far too much more on the frequency there, and an opportunity for Van Velzen to take this leg that he's never been in.
You wouldn't have seen possibly a more perfect bullseye than what Mark Dbridge just found.
So 46 left. I don't mind a big 6 or big 10 here. It's a big target area, so you're guaranteeing yourself a dart or a double. There's a little shake of the head there from you, Laura, because you were once again thinking, is he taking too much time there? He's feeling good. He was disappointed in that leg, but just found that X factor on the tops. He leads 2-0.
Game on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because for me, when he's in full flight and he's got that rhythm, he's finding the target time and time again.
I agree.
68.
But what a feeling it must be up there. He saw, apologies if we're going on about it, but he's been here. You know, when you've watched somebody do something in your mind, I would love to be on that stage one day, sort of narrative. He's up there, and look, he could be 5-10 minutes away. He'd have been in a dream final against Tommy Morris, because that'll
58.
be fast and furious.
Well, coming here on debut just comes with other elements as well, doesn't it? Because you want to be able to put in a performance, you want to be invited back, and you want to show them exactly what you can do.
I'm forgetting he's on debut. I'm looking at the name, and it's such synonymous to the Modus Super Series that That's a great point. Winning on debut would be
135.
something special.
$81.
And again, a little reaction from Dbridge, frustrated when he finds the one with the last dart. We know with Mark that he's been in these kind of positions before and he can find a way of fighting back.
55.
And this is also the difficulty when it's a race to 4. If you're broken in your first leg and you're the
25.
second player throwing, you could quite easily be staring at 3-0 down at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, there's been an incredible amount of games this week where players have ran out quickly, including Van Velzen 2-0, and not many then have kicked on since there. So
105.
that's why I thought that Dbridge might have kicked on in this leg. This is beginning to look like one-way traffic. Dbridge needs to find something, and he needs to find it now.
98.
Well, Dbridge
Keanu
down to a
require
finish, but
80.
Van Velzen on a much more gettable one.
Nice and straight. Just sit on top of it. Just sit on top of that. That's a wide open bed. Same strategy.
40.
Different outcome. Chance for
Mark,
Dbridge.
you require 120.
Yeah, and a chance you feel that he really needs to take. Well, whether he was looking at 3 tops or that first one just went wild,
80.
either way.
He was going for
Keanu,
3
you
tops.
require
I'm amazed.
40.
Van Velzen going for the 3 tops, maybe. Mark Dbridge. That's a bit of a shocker. And it's punished.
Same shot in the third leg.
It's
Keanu
3-0 Van Velzen. He's on the cusp. There's Marvin there.
Full
What
flag,
a
Mark,
proud
to
brother he
front
looks
first.
right now.
Game on.
Little nod ahead there. You can see the exchange between them.
Yes, the support that you sometimes need, and especially when it's, you're the younger
60.
sibling, you've got your older sibling out there who's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. You can draw a lot from that.
I wonder if Marvin will be the first player on the stage like Keanu was when he won.
I'm sure he will be.
57.
And that curse of Group A, it looks in good hands, doesn't it, with Tommy Morris? He's been breathtaking this week.
Yeah, if I'm honest, it's probably
100.
the most likely that we've seen over recent weeks. 23 weeks since we've had someone pick up a title who's won by it, the Group A route.
First start in. Usually means one thing.
180.
Timing, spot on. Is he making another move? Or can Dbridge find a move of his own?
140.
Dbridge still battling, but if this does go the way of Van Velzen, I think he will be disappointed, Mark Dbridge, because he's put in some solid performances tonight. It just hasn't happened yet in the semi-final.
I guess when you're not practicing, I guess when you're not battle hard and match sharp, it's understandable that it's going to catch up against a young player who's probably putting hours and hours of practicing. Because when you're 22-year-old like Van
57.
Velzen is, practicing's not a problem.
Keanu, you require
He's got
164.
such a bright future. Is he about to do something special on this stage? It's 164 for the match.
Well, if he is going to do something special, the 164 is not going to be it, but look at the setup play, the 140 to leave double 12 if he gets the opportunity to return, because Dbridge is looking at a 144, but it's not going to go.
138.
Is that the last 3 darts of Mark Dbridge? Always a pleasure to see him on that stage.
Keanu, you require 24.
He's been great this week. It's a wry smile. Does he think that this double 12 is going to go? Keanu Van Velzen been superb tonight. Double 6. Can he adjust? Yes, he can. We have our final, and it's going to be between Tommy Morris and Keanu Van Velzen, who has been absolutely superb tonight. And there's the proud family, the proud brother, girlfriend and friends. The guns are out, but it's the gun he has to beat in the final. But it's going to be a brilliant game. But just a word for Flash, Mark Dbridge as well. The experience that he showed today. He's been calm, he's been composed, but he's just up against a young, better player. The final will be Tommy Morris against Keanu Van Velzen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we now know the final on week 2 of Series 13. It's going to be Tommy Morris taking on Keanu Van Velzen, and it's going to be a fantastic moment for whichever one of them wins that, for different reasons, which we will come on to. But first of all, we're going to reflect on the semi-finals that we saw, and we'll start with the first one. Tommy Morris with that 4-1 win over Rob Grundy. We said before, this could be the moment where maybe that seed of doubt, but none of it from Tommy Morris. The confidence just remained steadfast.
Yeah, you could put the narrative that we didn't see the Group B player of Rob Grundy, but I'd rather focus on the fact that Tommy Morris has been absolutely superb tonight. He just dismantled him, really. I mean, Rob was trying everything up there to try and slow the pace down of the game, to try and change things, but there was nothing. Tommy Morris is on a mission tonight. He's looked brilliant all night.
I mentioned it before, it's been a fantastic January for him, hasn't it? It would be the perfect way to end it.
And as a dart player, when you get those purple patches as well, confidence is, such a big thing. I mean, we all expected that 106 to go there. The reaction means everything. His confidence is sky high. He's winning a lot of games, and you feel like it's going to continue. And they say the Brucey bonus has got to go into the Players' Championships as well. 2026 could be a huge year for him.
And this week in particular, it might be quite well timed. You don't always know when you're going to be playing in the Super Series, and how he's played this week. It's just giving him that chance to keep that momentum going, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's been the star performer. Group A was tough, and to get 26 points from it. But then there's that recency bias where you're watching players in Group C and Group B. You're watching the Grundy go 8 out of 8, and you almost sort of forget the Group A winner. He's reminded us all tonight that he's the man to beat. He's reached the final, and it's going to be a tough nut to crack for.
Absolutely. Van Velzen, this is an interesting story, isn't it? His brother not only won a week, but went on to win a series. He's now a PDC Tour card holder. Marvin's done it before. He's here supporting Keanu. But there were times during the week where he didn't even look like he'd make finals night, let alone make the final. What have you made of him overall?
Yeah, the evolution of him this week has been staggering. I think he's got that type of personality, Chris, where the crowd has played a part. I think he's got that type of personality. I can see him nodding to his brother and his girlfriend. That just reminds me of being a dart player there, where you don't need the whole crowd against you. But he's dealt with it. The skills, the abilities are not unquestioned. But when you're going to get one dart at 6-6, like you're going to get with this third dart, your opponent sat on a double. That takes some bottle. He's on debut here. He's had a great night, and if he can just go one more, what a story we could have here.
Absolutely. Look, and we've mentioned it. He was there when Marvin won it. Yeah. Now, not very often in life would you get a chance to witness something and then be able to kind of reverse the roles. Yeah. I mean, you've got a dart playing family. I'm sure it's something you'd like to experience, to be sat there, the people that supported you, and you able to support them.
I have dreams to go back to Lakeside, and whether even family or friends, but what a moment there for Marvin Van Velzen. He's in the crowd there, and if I remember rightly, it's Keanu who suddenly runs from nowhere to be the first person on there. That's got to inspire you. That's got to motivate you. I mean, how proud he was there, yet he could be a game away now to win a week, which is huge, and then put yourself in that Champions Week where he's up against the best players.
Yeah, I mean, let's try and work out how this can be won. First of all, let's deal with something that's been lingering here at the Super Series for a while. That's the curse of Group A. Tommy Morris, he said in your interview with him earlier, Glenn, that he's going to break that. It's 23 weeks since a Group A winner won the week. Derek Coulson was the last man to do it, Series 11, Week 9. A few players have mentioned it themselves over the weeks, and I think that's in their head. But when you mentioned it to Tommy Morris, it was not a big deal at all. He was, I'll get rid of that this week.
Yeah, I'd like to think that I'm going to be the person that's going to break it there. And I think that's another sign of this incredible confidence that he's got right now. And nothing, even a statistic, even a hoodoo's not going to get in the way of that. He feels like he can beat anybody right now. And like I said, as a dart player, when you have those periods in your career, it's a great feeling. It's a staggering stat because the Group A is at the moment and incredible. This week's was brilliant. Next week is sensational. So to see the champion of that, you'd expect them to kick on a Saturday night as well. But the way he's playing right now, that hoodoo could be broken.
No one's been able to stop him. How can Keanu Van Velzen do that?
Well, often I'd go to the head-to-head, but unfortunately they've played each other 3 times this week, and Keanu's only won 2 legs. So, will that be on the mind? Yeah. Certainly if you're Tommy as well, but I'm not really sure what is going through the mind of Tommy Morris right now. He just seems to be in that zone. I've noticed he's wearing earplugs. He's probably got his music on now. He's just seeing that treble 20 so big. He's seeing those doubles. It's going to be a tough ask for Keanu, but the way he's played tonight, he's been inspired. He may, pull a rabbit out of the hat somehow.
Those earplugs actually something that you sought permission to wear both here and at the PDC, this noise reduction earphone, so nothing being played into them, but it's just trying to keep him quite focused, get all the outside noise out, and it's proved to be a good thing, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Like I said, such an intimate atmosphere as well here. We've noticed a couple of things where, sometimes you can hear things, but I always think that's a strength of mind as well. The word mindset's obviously coming, but confidence is probably the biggest word in darts right now, and both players are full of it.
Only match that we do a bull-off for is the final, and Keanu has won that, so the first little advantage goes to him. How much of a difference could that make?
in the best of 7 a lot. You know what I mean? If it goes deep, then, you know, that ball's really important. And I always thought it was a good sign as well, whether you're playing a best of 31, it's just like a little statement to win that. So, like I said, you know, sit back, this could be a real thriller.
It's been a good standard all week. We've also seen, maybe not as much tonight, but throughout the week, some quite animated characters on the stage. These are 2 of them, by the way. Yeah. What sort of final are you expecting?
Well, what I would say to Keanu is that he hasn't demonstrated any of that tonight, and he's played brilliant. So I tell you one narrative I would say, this process of him touching the foot, going to the table. When you're playing Tommy Morris, it's okay when you're doing it against a Rob Grundy because you've got time to do it. It'd be interesting to see the reaction because you don't get a chance with Tommy. You throw your dart, you're back throwing again. That's one thing I'll be looking out for.
Which way are you going?
Oh, Tommy Morris. But 4-2, Tommy Morris.
There we go. Duzza has spoken. He's got a pretty good record as well of predicting things right. So is that a good omen for Tommy Morris in this final? Will Morris win the first time, or will Keanu keep the Van Velzen legacy going? Let's find out. It's time for the final.
It can get awkward. I don't even get a chance to get that sentence out, and it's game. But Morris has been magical. And Tommy Morris is a finalist for the first time. 6-6. Can he adjust? Yes, he can. We have our final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the action here at the Modus Super Series, coming from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! It's now time for our Series 13 Week 2 final. Would you please welcome first a young man from the Netherlands in his first Super Series final, the Lion, Keanu Van Velzen! Ladies and gentlemen, Keanu's opponent this evening, from Dorset in England, one of the fastest players at the Super Series, the Gun, Tommy Morris!
Yeah, we are all looking forward to this, aren't we? Tommy Morris and Keanu Van Velzen about to battle it out in the Week 2 final. And they are 2 players that do have that fight, that fire, that explosive nature when it comes to playing darts on stage. And we might well see a few antics between them tonight. All played in good spirit, of course. Keanu Van Velzen enjoying a dream debut at the Live Lounge at the age of 22, looking to follow in his brother Marvin's footsteps. Tommy Morris, though, well, he's been here. He's tried and tried and tried again. And tonight, it could finally be his moment to shine. He's looked confident all week, has been the best player. There's no doubt about that. But is there just something in the Van Velzen story where fate may play its part? Let's get the final underway. Then Andrew Culling officiating as he has been all evening, and Laura Turner
Ladies and gentlemen,
Glenn Durham
first leg,
will talk you through
first.
every dart of this final.
Perfectly put. Thank you very much, Murph, and really, really looking forward to this final. Will it be a case of blink and you'll miss it? Because Tommy Morris is one of the quickest players in the world of darts. But not only that, tonight and this week, he's produced the accuracy and precision of a player who's just got bags and bags of confidence right now. But totally agree that Van Velzen and the story about him, that legacy of his brother winning a title here, is definitely inspiring this young man. And this has all the ingredients,
60.
Laura, to be a beauty.
Yeah, I agree, and it's one of those matches. You mentioned the speed of Tommy Morris, but Van Velzen, he doesn't hang around up on the jockey either. This is a case of blink and you'll miss it. The only thing that may just slow down the pace slightly is just that process that Van Velzen does like to go back to the water table, kind of pull up. It's almost like pulling up the tongue in his trainer.
And he's been able to do that. That's not been noticeable when against Mark Dbridge, because, you know, he's a slower player. But really, when you're playing Tommy Morris, you throw your dart, you turn round. Now, in the head-to-head this week, Tommy Morris demolished Van Velzen. Van Velzen in 3 matches only won 2 legs. Is that part of the fact because it's affecting his process of throwing the dart?
123.
Quite possibly, but he seems to be remaining true to it. He's walking back to that table in a
55.
Slightly quicker pace than we've seen him come back previously. And he's made a good start here on the throw.
Keanu, you require 84.
Well, Tommy Morris has demonstrated the fact that he can handle players who play methodically. Now, there's nothing methodical when he actually gets to the hockey and throws his darts. In fact, he's a fairly quick player, but this is so good. This is a real player in the making. Van Velzen leads 1-0.
Second leg, Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And this isn't a situation that would be lost on Tommy Morris, knowing that this is his 9th time on a finals night. It's his 16th appearance at the Super Series. It's the furthest he's ever got. He's only ever made it to the semi-finals previously. It's his first final. Now, I'm sure he'll be up there and he'll know this is kind of almost feels like it's probably his to win. He's been the standout performer this evening.
94.
I want him to see, though, Laura, that bounce in the step. I don't want to get frustrated at the fact when he's walking back
100.
that Keanu is still doing what he's doing. Because he's been all about the bounce for the first time. That, you know, that head's down just a little bit.
When the title gets closer, the gravity of the situation, sometimes that can take over and you forget the fact that, you know, we've seen Tommy Morris up there tonight. He's been smiling, enjoying himself. Whereas when the trophy's within touching distance, and it's not just the trophy, it's the prize money that goes with it, and the fact that you get into Champions Week. There's so many other stories that are happening that you can sometimes let the situation denote how you play.
59.
Absolutely spot on. But he's experienced enough. He's confident
43.
enough. But it doesn't look like the same Tommy Morris early in this game right now.
Yeah, he's got a slight advantage, but it's only 48 points. A treble or 2 here from Van Velzen, and this could turn around in leg 2.
180.
I think the narrative is going to be what a story.
100.
He's going to get a dart or a double.
Keanu requires 68.
Again, just taking that time, the blow on the fingers. And it should just be the 1 dart, and that dart for double is double 16. To break Tommy Morris. Perfection on the outer ring for Keanu Van Velzen, 2 from 2.
Third leg, Keanu to throw first.
At 7:30 tonight, before a dart was thrown, we pretty much wrote the conclusion. Now it's going to be a Tommy Morris versus Rob Grundy. Laura, you were asked the question, can anyone come through the field? And you felt it could be Keanu Van Velzen. He's not coming through. He's flying through right now.
But it's like you said, from what we've seen from Tommy Morris throughout the week and this evening, the likelihood was if he was going to produce something similar, then he was going to be very tough to beat. But you have to give full credit to Van Velzen here. We're in leg number 3, and he's averaging in excess of 110.
57.
Well, you've just ruined that, Laura.
I'd still take 106.2 at this point, but yes.
That's great, but Morris has to... You've got to be adaptable. You've got to be able to deal with the fact that you can demolish players 4-0 like he did in his opening game. But you've also got to be a player where you can be 2-0 down, it's not going your way, and you then find your way of winning a leg in a game. But right now, it's all about Keanu. He's left a bogey number, but he's a heavy favourite here. 6 darts and 169. He's in dreamland.
Yeah, and what he's doing so well in this match in particular, 99. He's finding that first dart. You mentioned it in the previous match, but he's doing it with even more regularity here.
85. Keanu, you require 70.
Well, we've seen him go for the 10s on this 70. Single 10, single 20 tops. Or can he find the treble? Single 20. He's been here before. This is for a 3-0 lead, and his opponent's not on a finish.
50.
is a slip when it comes to the finishing.
61.
This for a 3-0 lead.
20.
You feel it's an unassailable 3-0 lead because he's playing magic darts. That average is still over a ton. He likes the double 10. Doesn't really want to go inside it. It's double 5. It can
15.
get a little bit smelly there.
Tommy, you require 108.
Morris hasn't been in this match. He needs something. Can't do it.
96.
Yeah, that last dart born out of frustration because Tommy Morris has been restricted to 0 darts at a double.
5.
It's Van Velzen who could once again just stretch this lead to 3-0.
Big number done. Standing back, correct decision. Feels good. Get the breathing right. Look at that desired target. Double 1.
No score. Tommy, you require 12.
Morris has to punish. It's awkward. He's having to move across the
Game's
hockey.
on
That's
the
a great dart from
Tommy.
Tommy Morris, but is that the leg that Van Velzen let get away?
Yeah, something
Full
sort of
flag, Tommy
affected
to
him going
throw
for that
first.
dart there.
Game on.
I hope that doesn't linger for him. Morris has been second best. The beauty of the Modus Super Seed, the beauty of your best of 7 is it can turn like that. And when you're as quick as Tommy Morris, dare I say, was out of this match. Now we're back on throw.
Yeah, now it's how Van Velzen bounces back. It was
42.
5 darts at a double for Van Velzen to have stretched his lead to 3-0. And that, in that particular position, it would have felt unassailable. And now you feel that the momentum's shifted and it's with Tommy Morris.
A bit of crowd involvement as well now, isn't it?
60.
This is why we love the Super Series. We really do. Where has this come from all of a sudden? He has literally put the afterburners on. It was a beautiful start, a wonderful first leg from Van Velzen. Tommy Morris himself could be getting 11 darter here to go level.
42. Tommy, you require 56.
It's tops.
Game's on the 4th leg.
I don't know if you heard that, but he went to move. He thought tops was in and announced that that
5th
one was
leg,
there when he
Keanu
pinned
to
double
throw
10, but it's a
first.
12 darter. And when you think he's kind of just limped across the line the leg before in 20 darts, there's a fire in the belly again of Tommy Morris.
Game on.
And we were talking about 110 average for Keanu Van Velzen. Those missed starts, 6 missed starts at a double. He's now averaging mid-80s. It's Tommy Morris on the up. Can Keanu Van Velzen find the fight?
96.
He's battling away. For Van Velzen, though,
137.
doesn't need to panic at this particular point. But it's easy for me to sit here and say, because when you've been in the position that he's been in, where he could have been 3-0 up and 1 leg away from victory, it's how you just get your head back in the game.
Yeah, your mind can become a bit of a cesspit. What I would say at that point, though, Laura, is he hasn't got a lot of scar tissue. He's a young man. He's got to enjoy. These are the type
60.
of situations, because every single young dart player would love to be in his position right now. 2-2, level game. There's a monetary success to this one. There's the getting yourself to Champions Week as well. I mean, it can be life-changing.
You just go back to the tail end of 2025 and you look at what Charlie Manby did, picking up a weekly title, winning Champions Week, then his exploits at the World Championship. Now he's on the tour. When you say that it's life-changing, it's not overestimated.
61.
Van Velzen has dealt with the fact that Morris has come back. He dealt with the fact that he should have been 3-0. That was one thing. Then he saw a blistering leg from Morris for 2-2. But he's dealt with the situation. You asked the question, we mentioned scar tissue. He doesn't have a lot. He's been brilliant in this leg. Can he find a treble to really cement that heavy favourite that he's got here?
60.
It's a good effort, but just the wrong side of the wire. As you say, he's still got a solid lead, but Tommy
99.
Morris just chipping away at it.
Keanu require 110.
Chris Murphy asked me the importance of winning the bullseye. That's in the back of my mind right now. Tops for 3-2 to go 1 away. He led this match 2-0. He was pegged back 2-2.
90. Tommy require 144. 96.
Here we go. He messed around on this 10s and 5s. We said how awkward it is to go to the 5s. You don't want to go inside.
Keanu, you require 20.
Double 10's been good to him this week. Same process. Is it the same result? Marker. This feels massive. Oh, what a dart that is. That is superb.
Big moments in the match. All the pressure on that double 5 for Keanu Van Velzen, and you can just see it's taken so much out of the young Dutchman.
100.
Questions continually being asked of Tommy Morris, who kicks off with a ton. Looking deep in thought at the back of the stage. But that's that perfect first start once again for Van Velzen.
98.
Couldn't really build on it.
45.
And that little short comeback from Tommy Morris from 2-0 down to level it up at 2 apiece. Just cannot find that level of play.
$59.
But a troublous visit from Van Velzen and Tommy Morris.
140.
Not quite able to fill it up, but at this point he'll take a 140. Van Velzen not quite settled. He will not be rushed in terms of that approach.
134.
That's the reason why. It was a great switch down to the 19s. There is nothing between these two.
85.
Massive last start from Tommy Morris. Finding the big treble, which means he's on a finish. He will be coming back. It's not a straightforward finish. And Tommy Morris shaking his head, not sure how he's got into this position.
53. Tommy require 131. 91.
He was looking for tops, but ultimately Van Velzen needs an absolute showstopper.
Keanu require 157.
Tommy Morris on this throw. Well, Tommy Morris with the opportunity to send us the distance, to send it all the way. Working his way in.
No score.
Close, but not enough for Tommy Morris. And Van Velzen, double 10. It's been kind to him all evening. An exasperated look out to the crowd
20.
from Tommy Morris. Van Velzen, again, just going through the process.
Game shot.
But it's Van Velzen, it's the Lion who roars. It's Keanu Van Velzen. He follows in his brother's footsteps. He wins the weekly title with a 4-2 win over Tommy Morris. There you now see the reaction. He was in disbelief to start with. Yeah, head in hands, you can see all the emotion coming out. And to see his brother out in the crowd, it's absolutely what this Super Series means to people, means to players. And it's not Marvin that's first up to Keanu. He's down to his brother. That's the tail of the tape. But the important thing is the result. It's a 4-2 win for the young Dutchman, the Lion. He has won here at the Modus Live Lounge. Super Series week number 2, Series 13. Here's Keanu Van Velzen, who is victorious, and Tommy Morris will have to wait another day if he's to pick up a title.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. A 4-2 victory for Keanu Van Velzen then in the final. He's just shared a moment with Marvin down on the floor, and he is now on stage, ready to talk to Glenn.
Keanu, what a story. The legacy of the Van Velzen family on this stage is right up there with the very best. You have been brilliant from the first start to the last. What are your immediate thoughts right now?
I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, I'm very happy. I never thought I can achieve this, and yeah, I'm nervy. And
You say that you're nervy. During the games, I could see you looking over to your brother and your girlfriend and your friends there. How important of a part did they play tonight?
yeah, they're amazing, and they are at such a good role in the final and the semi-final, and it's amazing, and I can't believe it.
Tonight is about you, but I think it's really important that we mention Marvin as well, in the sense that how much did it inspire you? We just saw that with the moment he lifted that trophy as well. You were there, you were inspired. How much does it mean that day that I want to play on that stage?
Yeah, I think I can take the victory to him, and he inspired me so much, and I can't believe it. Sorry.
Right now, you have the development tour. I mean, 2026 can be absolutely fantastic. And right in the middle of that, you will be coming back to Champions Week here at this fantastic venue at the Modus Super Series against the best amateur players in the world. Right now, you're in that same category. It must be a wonderful feeling for you.
Yeah. What I say, I can't believe it, and I'm very proud that they came over for me, and it means much to me, and I'm very happy and to lift the trophy in 2 minutes.
Well, that trophy is now, because, ladies and gentlemen, your Week 2 winner is Keanu Van Velzen.
Yeah, that's the moment that he was hoping to give back to his brother. Keanu Van Velzen ran on the stage to celebrate with Marvin when he won the Modus Super Series Champions Week, and now the pair of them are on stage together. This time, Keanu is king of the Live Lounge. Laura Turner's alongside me. Laura, I mean, that's 2 weeks in a row where we've had an underdog win, also 2 weeks in a row where we've had an emotional family supporting them.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's what the Modus Super Series does for people, for players. You have to feel a bit sorry for Tommy Morris. We kind of felt it was his to win this time round, but the credit really has to go to Keanu, because the levels that he played, he kind of put Tommy on the back foot from the very, very start, and then things just all went his way in the end.
It looks like he can't quite believe it, still reacting with sort of shock and amazement there as he goes to the people that have come over from the Netherlands to support him, which is a great effort in itself. It's not just nipping around the corner, is it? But let's talk about the match itself, because when he missed those 6 darts to go 3-0 up, and then Tommy came back to 2-2, it's got to be very, very difficult mentally to get yourself going, particularly in such a short format.
Yeah, Glenn and I were talking about it in comms, because that would have hurt to have that opportunity to go 3-0 up in a final against the favourite going into this evening's proceedings, and then missing 6 darts. It's how you can deal with that, and I have to give full credit again to Keanu, because it was 2 apiece, but he managed to forge forward. He managed to find a way through. That is not easy to do. It really isn't. And the fact that we talk about his hero on debut, he perhaps doesn't have the scars of, say, Tommy, who has tried to win this title on several occasions, but again, he's just shown maturity beyond his years, and it's just great to see the scenes down there in the Live Lounge, everyone coming up congratulating him. It's brilliant.
Yeah, every week in particular as well, young kids are coming to the Live Lounge and getting to experience darts in a different way, where they can be so up close with the players, getting autographs, getting selfies, and almost joining in these celebrations, although one of them might have just overdone it there, I think. But yeah, look, another thing that we should talk about is the pathway to the Super Series, that the ADC, because Steve Green, who won last week, started there as a qualifier. came back as an invite and then won his week. And Marvin Van Velzen started as a qualifier, ended up winning a Champions Week eventually, and Keanu, of course, qualified by the ADC himself. So it just shows that this is open to any amateur player. And look, you've got 3 darts in your hand. If you're good enough, the rewards are there.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it should serve as inspiration for anyone who is kind of looking at the live lounge and thinking, oh, I would like to have a go at that. I feel comfortable. I think I'd be all right, because you don't have to travel far for the ADC. I think that's one of the beauty of it as well, that historically, when you've wanted to qualify for an event that's televised, then you have to travel all around Europe and all over the place. Whereas you can go as far as 5-10 minutes down the road and secure your place here, and then anything is possible.
There's one name on the trophy twice, isn't there? That's the name of Littler. When we were looking at another name going on twice, we probably weren't thinking Van Velzen, but look, he's at the moment he's got a 50-50 chance. There's only 2 players in Champions Week. That would be quite interesting, wouldn't it, to see 2 brothers on that trophy?
It really would. It's a different dynamic again. I mean, we've had a few brothers now. We have the Van Tripe brothers here as well. Darts historically, it comes from families. You were talking about with Glenn Durrant about it. Obviously, a lot of my family play. It's a really close-knit community. And so to see brothers come here and both of them have success, and the emotion that you saw from both of them at the end. Marvin was probably the first one to get all teary there, because he knows how hard it is to get through a group like this. And for Keanu, I have to distinguish between the 2 Van Velzens, obviously, but for Keanu, to get across the line on debut, I just think it's all the more impressive.
Let's see the moment when he did cross the line on debut then. Keanu Van Velzen, absolutely. Just before this, really, it took an age, hadn't he, to approach the hockey, really gathered himself together. Sometimes when you're watching that, you think, is this the right thing to do? Because I just wonder if you'd start to tense up a little bit. And especially when he'd had a nightmare with that equation previously. Look, it worked. He did the right thing. Then comes the release. But he seemed to get more businesslike as the night went on, didn't he? Yeah,
it wasn't what I was expecting. Obviously, watching him throughout the week, and there have been some fun and games and some antics and things up on the stage between everybody, all in good, all in good faith and things. But each and every walk-on, each and every match, there was just this more seriousness about him, and you saw it on the semi-finals. He was just straight up there, straight to business, and then in the final, again, even the reaction at the end, it was a bit of disbelief as opposed to the big reaction. There was no looking at the cameras, there was no messing around, and I think even the approach to throwing for the doubles, that got longer as more and more was on the line, but it worked in his favour.
Let's have a word on Tommy Morris, because he's had a fantastic start to the year. He is going to be playing on the Pro Tour very soon. That'll be a great experience for him. Not going to be at Champions Week, but this is a huge step forward, isn't it? First final, okay, he lost the night as the favourite, but it really is a step in the right direction. Yeah, and he's been brilliant throughout the night. I'm sure he'll be disappointed because he kind of just took his foot off the gas in the final, and it was a question mark that Glenn and I had when we spoke about it, is there still this thing in the back of your mind? Tommy Morris has been here 16 times. This is his 9th finals appearance. Semi-final was his best. He's now gone better. There's progress. That's where the focus should be. But we just felt, he had a nigh on 100 average the match before. He looked so comfortable. We felt like it was his night to win or his night to lose. But again, credit to Keanu because he made him play. Yeah, absolutely. And look, we talk about the surprise factor. I mentioned fate in the lead-in, but at the end of the day, we have to give him credit for the darts that he played, don't we? Absolutely, yeah. And we said, Series 13, it's one of those numbers. It's thrown up some strange results so far, but in both occasions, you go back to week 1 with Steve and you go to this one, both players just brought another element to their game. With Steve Green, he really just upped his levels, and with Keanu, he came with this real sense of purpose, this real business-like approach, which really did pay dividends. And it's a bit of a while before Steve Green and Keanu Van Velzen come back for Champions Week. What would you kind of advise for those players? Because they're not players that are sort of prolific in playing elsewhere. How do they keep it ticking over and keep that sort of riding that wave until then? I think for Keanu, it's probably a bit more straightforward because he should have a development tour upcoming, and he'll probably look to do some ADC and some things locally. And the same with Steve if he keeps up the ADC. Most of the kind of
the practice, you want to be ramping up just a few weeks beforehand. But I think the key thing at the moment is just the fact that, you know, you've won your week and you're in Champions Week, and who knows what happens from that position.
Yeah, great to share that moment as well. I do want to ask you, because you did touch on it earlier on, that you're from a dart playing family. We saw the emotion. I think the tears were in the eyes of Marvin rather than Keanu. Is it more emotional, more challenging watching than playing?
It's stressful. That's the main word for it, because you know what you're like. So in my case, my daughter plays, obviously Aaron plays as well, and you know the levels they've got, and you know how much they want it and how hard they've worked for it as well. So when you're watching on, you cannot do anything to help. You feel completely helpless. So when there is success, then yeah, your emotion is actually, it's kind of what you feel for them, because the hard work has eventually paid off.
Well, we're all one big family here at the Super Series, and it's been great to share the studio with you once again. But there is plenty more coming up here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. And up next, we're all getting in the ring. The Royal Rumble Darts edition is about to go on air as soon as we finish tonight's finals night show. And if you want some straight talking, then tune in at 8:15 on Sunday. Vincent van der Voort delivers the lines in his own direct way in the Tungsten Talk taking place on Sunday evening. Monday morning, week 3 gets underway. Who knows who's going to win it? We wouldn't have picked the last two. Archie Self, the teenage talent, will feature in that. And of course, on Saturday, we will do it all again, 7:30 for the finals night in week 3. But it's been a fantastic second week of action here at the Live Lounge. We've had lots of explosive entertainment, but it was emotion at the end. Victory for another Van Velzen, but after Marvin had his moment, this time, Keanu was king.
Well, the way he's played, you'd have to fancy it. And it does go. It's rapid, it's quick, and it's brilliant. What a way to win it. Tommy Morris. Same process. Will it be the same answer? Job done.
And a match, Rob Grundy.
More chances to get across the line, and only one dart required for Mark Dbridge. Again, that little blow on the hands. But no mistake, and what a reaction. Treble 19. For double 16 for a 149. What a finish from Van Velzen.
It can get awkward. I don't even get a chance to get that sentence out, and it's game. But Morris has been magical. And Tommy Morris is a finalist for the first time. There's a little shake of the head there from you, Laura, because you were once again thinking, is he taking too much time there? Double 6. Can he adjust? Yes, he can. We have our final.
Break, Tommy Morris. Perfection on the outer ring for Keanu Van Velzen. 2 from 2.
I
don't know if you heard that, but he went to move. He thought Tops was in, and but it's Van Velzen. It's
the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight. Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double Johnny Magnet!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh,
unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot!